Welcome, everyone. I'm going to let people filter into the room because we have a lot of people joining us today. So, we have a very special treat in store for you. And please, please, please close the doors, get your snacks, make sure that you are ready to engage because this is going to be an interactive learning experience. Uh, Every single thing that we do today is going to have applications and implications for your business. Let me get you thinking about something. Getting traffic to see you is the lifeblood of any business. If you have any challenge in being seen, in finding clients, wouldn't wouldn't it make it easier if clients could find you? And so that is the speaker we have with us today. Stephan Spencer is one of the top researchers, thinkers, writers in the AEO and SEO space. He is a three-time author, avid blogger, international speaker, and consultant on all things SEO. Over the course of his 30 plus year career, he founded an SEO agency and even created a unique per performance SEO technology. And the thing I like about Stephan Spencer personally is that he invests all of this thinking, all of this tech in thinking about meaning and how all of this technology matters to you, to your clients, and how it impacts their lives. So we're not just talking about finding a way to make it easier for your clients to find you. We're actually talking about the connection that matters to your clients that helps you convert people so that they get more out of their lives, out of their relationships, and you get more out of your technology, your SEO, and something we're going to address today, right, Stefan? The AEO.
Right.
So Jay Abraham is also with us today to introduce and kind of talk a little bit more about Stefan. So I'm going to turn it over to Jay before we get started. Well, yeah,
Sorry, I had my audio off. So everybody, welcome, and it's good to have all of you. We have a almost an annual or semi-annual tradition of having Stefan uh, really benevolently gift a half a day of his time to our audience to try to do workshops that are much more not just actionable, but they're much more real world scenario specific and they're very bespoke. So he doesn't really just dole out a lot of uh, academic ideas. He takes a person's business, their homepage, their site, and he slices and dices and deconstructs and reconstructs and walks you through all these amazing tools that can help you first of all see the gaps, the exposure, the underperformance, and then he helps you find ways to improve them, and he does it freely and generously here. So I've known him for many years. I've known him to be, first of all, top tier, preeminent, a cutting edge thinker who is on the leading edge of whatever he is focused on. He was a pioneer in SEO, and he's helped more large and dominant companies. He also helps entrepreneurs. He is very masterful. Sorry, I'm home and I have a dog that's hungry and it's telling my wife to feed it. Stefan basically has the ability, if you are a good prospect for him, to transform your business. One of my relatives engaged him a couple of years ago, and it was a law firm in a very cluttered category, and they had never done any marketing. And in about 6 months, they were the go-to source organically, and their business just exploded. And I've seen him do it over and over again. But today he's going to take you into a world most of you aren't very familiar with. Most of you aren't really set up to address. Again, I apologize for the dog. And more importantly, he's going to walk you through an area that it has a duality of relevance. In order to make this opportunity pay off for you, you also concurrently have to have your SEO in alignment. And he does this for me more in contribution than anything else. He's a very top tier person. His services are very, very, very successful for the recipients. He's not inexpensive, but he freely gives his expertise for 4 hours. And if I were any of you, I would encourage you to participate to the extent you can. I hope a lot of you sent him your sites and your businesses to use as case studies. Excuse me, let me turn this off. I'm sorry. It's a little zoo here at home today. I'm sorry. I was supposed to be in the office and I wasn't. And I just adore him because he's got integrity. He's got almost an unending flow of contribution. And he's very, very, very masterful. So it's a privilege. And I'm grateful on behalf of everybody. I'm going to be in the sidelines watching. He's done this 3 or 4 years in a row for us, and he's done SEO, and now he's going to introduce you to something that you probably can have a massive advantage over your competitor if you really pay attention. I hope you'll stay on for the whole clinic. Stephan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jay. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share some insights and actionable takeaways, tools, and hopefully you'll get some breakthroughs, you'll get some epiphanies from this time that we have together. Now, one thing that Brian alluded to was this idea of finding deeper meaning and purpose and impact in your life. And so I'd like you to do that in this very start of this workshop. Think about who you can impact with what you have learned. You know, your retention rate on average will be typically 30 some percent, not very high. But if you take the intention of helping someone, perhaps a loved one, perhaps a colleague, old, former business partner, or whoever, and help them by things that you learned today, your retention rate goes up past 90%. So think about somebody today, right now, that you could assist with the things you're going to learn and be able to apply. Like you're going to learn immediately applicable techniques in today's masterclass. So that's the intention. There's also attention. So intention and attention. And of course, these two things together make for a great life. If you are distracted, if you are, let's say, on multiple devices, or you have multiple windows open, or you allow your notifications to interrupt the stream, the flow state, then you are going to be operating at a suboptimal level. You know, there's this thing called attention residue. I learned about this from a, a book called Deep Work that really was impactful for me. So the idea here is when you take your attention off of your task at hand, maybe just check your phone for 2 seconds. Well, you saw something, you didn't act on it, but now it's occupying brain space. And guess how long this attention residue lasts for? About 20 to 25 minutes. So you have just been hijacked. So please turn your phone off. Move it to another room if you have to have it on in case an emergency call comes in. But just be indistractable. That's actually a book, a really great book by Nir Eyal. I interviewed him on my Get Yourself Optimized podcast. Indistractable means that you cannot be hijacked by somebody else's priorities, including the social platforms, right? So Mark Zuckerberg is not your friend. So let's take this attention and intention and apply it to up-leveling your business, your organization, your life, and someone you care about. Okay, so with that, let's start with a definition of AEO. So AEO, answer engine optimization, isn't really an evolution of SEO. It's more of a component of SEO. And I like to reframe SEO not as search engine optimization, but as search everywhere optimization. Because people are searching on Amazon, people are searching on TikTok, they're searching on YouTube. And of course, they're searching now on the LLMs, on the large language models, which include, of course, not just ChatGPT, not just Claude, but Grok and Perplexity. And there's a number of these answer engines out there, and you should become familiar with the majors, not just your favorite one or two, but you should be regularly using multiple of these. And I would say if you aren't paying for a plus or pro or advanced account on at least two or three, you're not playing at full capacity. Okay. And you also need to allocate at least 15 minutes a day to experimenting, playing, learning, trying new things in the answer engines, in the LLMs, because you're going to get left behind if you don't. Right? This is a pivotal time. Vishen Lakhiani, founder of Mind Valley, wrote an article that was published a couple months ago, and it's like this 2026 is the last normal year, or actually 2025 was. Think about that. Like this is crazy to imagine, to kind of wrap your head around. But at today's rate of change versus, let's say, 100 years ago, it's so much more rapid now. If we were to take the last 100 years and we see at today's rate of change how long the next 100 years would take, like in terms of technology and change and advancement and so forth, it would actually fit into the next 20 years, not 100. So you backtrack to 100 years ago, and they were just inventing the toaster. This was like you'd still see horses in the street in major cities. I mean, you'd see cars too, the Model T or whatever, but you would see horses and buggies still. All the buggy whip manufacturers were not out of business yet. Now, 20 years into the future is going to be that different. But there's a caveat because today's rate of change is not stagnant. It is continuing to accelerate. So this is the law of accelerating returns. It's Metcalfe's law, it's Moore's law. So Moore's law, that computing power or the price per computing power so computing power is doubled or the price of computing power is halved every 18 months. Metcalfe's law, the power of the network is a square of the size of the network. These work together in other areas as well. You have these huge leaps in advancement from things like molecular nanotechnology that's coming, quantum computing that's already kind of here, but coming big time soon. So 20 years? No. 100 years in the past of technology evolution will actually fit into the next 12 years. Wow. 12 years feels like 100 years ago, but in reverse. So when you read online about how they predict that 90% of jobs will be gone, or 50 to 90% of jobs will be gone within 3 years, you cannot think linearly. That's how our brains are wired to think linearly. You have to think exponentially. So this is a tumultuous, pivotal time to be alive and to be in business, but it's also an opportunity of a lifetime, of a millennia, of the history of the universe. This is amazing. So I want you to come with excitement and not fear. Fear is the dream killer, false evidence appearing real. And you know what another kind of fear is? FOMO. FOMO is another form of fear because fear of missing out is still fear. It's still the opposite of love. So when you have fear of missing out, you actually create the missing out. Now, this is kind of a spiritual out there concept for many of you. But if you think about like this game that we're playing called life, called reality, rigged in our favor. And when we believe that we're going to be missing out if we don't like do something or just because the nature of way things are, we're going to miss out stuff, then we will miss out on stuff. But when we just trust and have faith in our higher power and the divine guidance of things, there is no missing out. The stuff that you're meant to get, if you're meant to meet somebody or to get some nugget of wisdom or whatever, even if you could only attend 10% of the event, like I'm a member of Genius Network, for example, and there are sometimes I can't attend the whole event. And I pay a lot of money to be in Genius Network. And if I had FOMO, I'd be concerned that, well, what if the stuff I could have attended on day two, but I'm not there, would have changed my life, would have changed my business. It doesn't work that way. The people, the events, the things, it all is a conspiracy in your favor. So just relax and trust. Do your 2%, leave the 98% of the remaining to your higher power, but you have to do your hard yards as well. That means taking notes, have your like remarkable tablet or your iPad or whatever handy, or pen and paper, because this is an interactive experience. So we have AEO, GEO as a subset of search everywhere optimization. GEO stands for generative engine optimization. It's kind of like if you're old enough to get this analogy, it's kind of like a Betamax or a VHS sort of thing, um, or CDs, or no, DVDs. There was Blu-ray or HD DVD or something like that. So this is this is another one of those like these acronym battles, and it looks like AEO is going to win this one. GEO is kind of an early leader. Generative engine optimization, no, people are not using that as much. Okay, so why do you care about GEO or AEO? Because you want to be recommended in the answer engines, in the LLMs. So let me show you something though, because this might shock you. I'm going to share my screen. And okay.
Stefan, how
According
do you
to
survive with only one tab open?
I cleaned things up. The sign of a creative person is they have lots of tabs open. But
Nice.
here's the problem is if you keep that as a constant, so I cleaned things up before the masterclass today, then you're treating your brain as a warehouse instead of treating it as a factory. Because
Awesome.
all that should go into a trusted system, a second brain, and be categorized, organized, prioritized, all the I's, so that you can be in a flow state, not trying to retain, like, oh, I got to pick up milk before I get home today. This is not how your brain is best utilized. So, anyways, this is something that I think will maybe shock you. Chat GPT was all the rage, and now it seems like Claude is all the rage. But in the larger scheme of things, and this is recent from this year, ChatGPT has only 12% of Google's search volume, and yet we have Google sending 190 times more traffic to websites. So we think that ChatGPT is kind of catching up to Google in terms of usage. But what's the bottom line value if nobody's coming to your site, nobody's buying your product or service, right? So we need to kind of keep this all in perspective here. Google is still the biggest game in town by a landslide. It is the most popular website on the planet, followed by YouTube. Also just happens to be a Google property, right? So if you want to invest in social media, actually invest in YouTube because those videos, whether they're short form or long form, have staying power. They're evergreen, many of them, most of them. A 5 or 10 year old video can still get massive amounts of views and watch time. Since when can you achieve that with Instagram or Facebook or TikTok? You don't. Or LinkedIn. To really focus heavily, heavily, heavily on Google and YouTube. I know we're here for the shiny new thing, which is AEO for ChatGPT and Perplexity and Claude and all that. And don't lose sight of where the real money is. And you might think, well, eventually Google's going to lose this race. I do not think so. You can quote me on this. If I were a betting man, I would put money on this. See, who owns all the infrastructure, all the technology, all the know-how over decades on how to crawl, index, and continuously refresh the entire world in terms of website content, continuously like at massive speed and scale. No one can match Google. Bing is a far, far cry from being as good as Google. And so if an answer engine tries to compete with that and build their own infrastructure, good luck. See, what happens is that most of the prompts that are typed in to an LLM, to an answer engine, they require grounding. What is grounding? It's, I need late breaking information. I cannot rely on your pre-training data or your old repository. Maybe for that rare query or prompt where I'm asking for something so basic and unchanging as like the height of the Eiffel Tower. But most prompts require grounding, require going to the web and getting late breaking information. And guess what the LLMs do? Rather than rebuild all the architecture and infrastructure of Google, they partner with Google. They pay Google money. And Bing. Bing's a lot cheaper, but the quality sucks in comparison. So they all end up going back to Google, even if they started with Bing. So who holds all the cards? It's Google. So let me explain how it happens that you get grounding incorporated. Grounding. If it's a prompt that requires grounding, how does the web queries get incorporated into the whole process? This is something called query fan out. So if I go to ChatGPT, and this works with other LLMs, like if I was in Google AI mode or using Gemini, this query fan out is a pretty common thing. So it means that for one prompt, one kind of expansive query that you're typing in, the LLM will come up with a set of subqueries. It might be just a few, or it might be more than a few. But those subqueries, sometimes, depending on the LLM and your technical abilities or the tool that you're using, are available for you to see. So I just typed in best shoes, best running shoes for long distances. So if I were to view the um, the developer tools inside of Google Chrome, the Chrome browser. I could go to the spot in here that allows me to see what that query information is. I mean, I'll kind of show you here. Just you don't write this down. You don't need to do this, okay? Um, Basically, what you're doing is I'm going to refresh. I copied the um, the code or whatever, the slug part of this URL from ChatGPT. I copied it. Now I'm going to paste it in as a filter. And I'm going to take this one here. I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to search in, I'm going to use the find um, Command F, and I'm going to look for queries or query, colon, or no, sorry, quote, and then colon. And then that's how I can see what the queries are. Look at that. These are the subqueries that are the query fan out. Runner's World Best Long Distance Running Shoes. I didn't ask for Runner's World. You saw my prompt. I may not even be a reader of Runner's World, which is a magazine for runners. How about Wirecutter? New York Times has that brand and section of their site dedicated to product reviews. That was another one of the queries. Wirecutter best running shoes, long runs 2026. And then Fleet Feet best marathon training shoes 2026. So this is helpful to us to understand what those subqueries are, what the query fan out is for an LLM like ChatGPT for a particular type of prompt that we might be typing. But recognize that this set of subqueries changes every time you rerun the prompt. And not everybody's going to type in the exact same prompt as you. And even if they did, their history, the memory, the context, everything would be taken into account and they would get a different output from ChatGPT than you would. Not only that, they will get a different prompt each time they type that exact same prompt in. If they copy and paste that tomorrow, that same exact prompt, and they get the output, different subqueries, different query fan out, different output.
So,
So
Stefan, what you just did here was, I just want to make sure I'm understanding, is that you actually kind of allowed us a peek into ChatGPT's brain. I thought we were searching for kind of shoes, and it was searching in places that I had no idea. Am I on
yeah,
track? Am I following?
yeah. So this is, if you're a geek like me, you can be able to do this sort of stuff. Go into Chrome developer tools. This isn't just looking in the HTML. This is way beyond that because you have to, a lot of times you're dealing with JSON LD files and you're dealing with stuff that is very techy. So the best way to handle this is actually to use a Chrome extension, and you don't have to even think about all this and how it works. You just use the Chrome extension, you type in your prompt, you hit go, and then all that detail shows up over on the sidebar. So this tool, for example, I'll give you a couple of them. So there's ChatGPT Search Insights. That's a Chrome extension, free. Uh, Quality.ai, I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's another one. Okay, so these are two extensions. I'm going to focus on this quality extension. So the way it's going to show up here for you. So we're going back, going to open that extension. It's going to open a sidebar. Okay, and nothing's showing up yet because I had it closed. So now I'm going to reload this chat. And there we go. See that? The query fan outs include all the three that I already read. Oh, actually, yeah. So these, so the Wirecutter one, the Runner's World one, there was Fleet Feet, that was in there too. But now you can see there's other ones as well. You can have, as I said, up to a dozen or even several dozen, depending on which LLM we're talking about, subqueries. So when you understand what's happening and how fundamentally different this is than a Google search, where people are typing in shorter queries, they're not long, expansive prompts with dozens and dozens of words. I mean, there are some of that, those kinds of prompts put into Google as well, even when you're not in AI mode, in Google AI mode. But for the most part, they're more kind of similar to each other. And your rankings and the regular organic results tend to be more stable. And the fact that you are an AI overview cited source or a recommendation tends to be much more stable as well. So if you're in Google's AI overviews or in Google's organic results, okay, so let me show you what that looks like. If we go to new tab, go to Google, and we type in, I don't know, let's say Jay Abraham. So this is not coming from AI overviews. This is what's called a knowledge panel, and it used to be just over on the right-hand rail of Google on the search results. Now it kind of spills over all onto the top as well. So that's really good to have if you have a Google knowledge panel. That definitely makes you look larger than life. So show you another one. This one's mine. See that? So that's a knowledge panel. It's not an AI overview. Companies, by the way, can also have Google Knowledge panels. Let's do IBM.
Stefan, there
That
was
one.
a question in the sidebar here. How do you get a Google Knowledge Panel?
Well, the short answer and the short but hard way to do it is to get into Wikipedia. If you're in Wikipedia with an article, almost certainly you're going to have a Google Knowledge panel. So that's the short answer. There's a longer answer that we could circle back on if we have time, where you could get visibility for you. Let's say you have a book that you published or that you authored, and having your bio in Google Book Search can help trigger a knowledge panel. There's a lot of nuance to this, so I don't want to get into the weeds right now. I want to kind of stay focused on the
Back to the show.
overall. Yeah, but great question. So short answer, get into Wikipedia, which is not easy. We can talk about that later too. Okay, so curiously, these two examples did not have knowledge panels. Let's try, um, oh, I don't know, um, Netflix. Interesting. So it seems like Google has turned the dial down on companies having um, knowledge panels. Less, it's less frequent, seems like, um, than person knowledge panels. But Google's constantly testing and refining and so forth, so it may come back anytime soon. So let's do one more. Name a company, like a favorite client or a brand or whatever.
This is to you, audience. Put a company or favorite. What was it? Audience?
A
Stefan?
brand or a client of Jay's or a favorite tool or vendor or something like that.
So we have being submitted National Geographic, Nike, First Farm, Coca-Cola.
All
Uh,
right, all right. Let's do National Geographic first.
okay.
Yeah. So we're not getting them. I'm curious. So you might wonder, well, how do I track that, these things are coming and going and rankings and appearance in what's called the people also ask box and things like that. Like, wow, it's a lot. So a lot to keep track of. Well, you'd use a tool. You don't do it manually. And what are some of the best tools out there? There's SEMrush, there's Ahrefs.
Stefan, to avoid some panic here in the chat. Oh, can we get that link? We've done this in the past. Will you do this again this time and send out that list of links in case I'm not able to capture it fast enough?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, thank you,
So
thank you, thank you.
stick it out to the end because if you stay to the end, you will get a replay. You will get the list of links. You'll get another cool free gift, an actual book that I authored that you would otherwise pay for on Amazon. So all that'll be at the end. And by the way, Brian, can you keep track of the time to make sure that we get breaks worked in here so people can like have a bio break or a water break or whatever?
We can do that. Thank you.
Okay. Because I tend to just like be in laser focus mode, and I won't be taking a single break. But if you tell me to have us take a break, then I'll take a break. Okay,
Awesome.
so this is another tool that's kind of gold standard industry tool for SEO and AEO. So these tools will track things like where you are placed in the organic results in Google, whether you're showing up in Google AI overviews or not, whether you're showing up in the people also ask box. So let me show you what that looks like. So we search for National Geographic, and this section here in the Google search results, people also ask, has other search queries that are question based. If you click on the down arrow, it will give you an answer to. And it's the answer is like a snippet. It's not an extensive, comprehensive answer. It's a snippet. But then you can click through to go to the website where it was sourced. So this is all part of the mix. When somebody is maybe hearing about your brand for the first time, your company, your organization from, let's say, a trusted friend, they just got referred to you. What did they do first? They don't go directly to your website. They don't typically have your website URL. Even if they did, guess what they're typing with that website URL? Guess where they're typing that into? A Google search box, probably. So the first, like the first experience, the first impression the prospect has, even after a referral, will probably be the Google search results, or if they tend to be a heavy LLM user, like a ChatGPT user, it will be the ChatGPT output. And whether or not you even know that referral happened is heavily dependent on what they see in that output, either from Google or from ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or Grok or Perplexity or whatever. So you gotta control the narrative. You have to do um, brand building inside of this ecosystem. If you don't like what shows up when somebody types in your brand name, like, well, that's not really, oh, there's like, mentions of, I don't know, some sort of SEC thing that we got a little bit in trouble for and da 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 da. And like that's showing up on page one in Google, or that's getting incorporated. Oh, yeah, we mentioned in our, um, in our K1 filing, or we mentioned in whatever, and it ended up getting out onto the web and then incorporated into the LLM's output that we had a tough quarter, or that we are bleeding customers, or that we are having to like a pivot or revise our strategy or whatever. And it's like that's showing up right in the first or second paragraph of ChatGPT. Why is this happening? Because you didn't control the narrative. If there's an earnings call for your company, and I was just talking to Jessica Bowman, another SEO and AEO person in the industry. Yesterday, I was interviewing her on my podcast, Marketing Speak. And we're just talking about this. She has clients who they're big brands. I've worked many big brands as well, but like on a client earnings call or a investor earnings call, if you talk about something being soft or like these are the problems that we are experiencing, and these are not things that are being buzzed about on social media, on sites like Reddit and Quora and so forth, but you're surfacing it, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Because guess where all that revenue softness talk in your earnings call that gets recorded and transcribed and put on the web, and guess where that ends up? ChatGPT. So control the narrative. And if you aren't tracking it, I don't know who actually said this. It was misattributed to Peter Drucker. But what gets measured gets managed. What gets measured gets managed. So if you are not using a tool or you're not using an agency that uses a tool like SEMrush or Ahrefs, the A is silent. You have to type it in, but ahrefs.com. But for whatever reason, they don't pronounce it the A. So Ahrefs or Ahrefs. These are gold standard tools that will allow you to track SEO and AEO. And by the way, if your SEO is terrible, guess what happens? You become invisible in AEO. Because all the foundational stuff that you should have done as far as the architecture of your site, see, there are three pillars to SEO, and these three pillars are pivotal, are essential for AEO as well. And these three pillars are the architecture, the technical side of things, the content, and the links, or links and citations, the authority. So if you have two of these, but not all three, you're essentially trying to sit on a two-legged stool. You can't you can't pull that off. You have to have all three, the architecture, the content, and the links and citations. All three of those need to be very strong. And if you don't, you won't rank in Google. You won't show up in the organic results where people will actually find you because they don't go into page 6, right? And you won't show up in AI overviews in Google, and you won't show up in the answer engines like ChatGPT. Because remember, most of these queries, I'm going to type in a prompt like, um, what are Jay Abraham's latest strategies for an AI-driven world? I just made that up. I could type that in to ChatGPT. But one thing I guarantee without even doing that is that that prompt requires grounding. It's going to go to Google or Bing, whatever, that depending on the LLM, it's going to go fetch some web search results. And not just one, but a bunch of them, and assimilate that, aggregate that, analyze that, come up with a cohesive, singular answer for you. But all that stuff that was happening behind the scenes is pretty much invisible to you unless you're using a Chrome extension like I just showed you or some other tool. And then you have what seems like the definitive answer, but it's not. It's got hallucinations in it. Do you guys know what a hallucination is?
Say
Uh,
more.
yeah. If you think of a generative engine, an answer engine, as a sophisticated form of autocomplete, you won't be wrong, right? So autocomplete, like as you're typing in a Google search query, we've seen this for many, many years. It gives some autocomplete suggestions underneath. Like maybe there's 10 of them. Well, autocomplete also happens at larger scale. And guess what ChatGPT is and all the other generative engines? They're sophisticated autocomplete engines. So if I say to you, complete this sentence, maybe just the next word, once upon a,
Time,
thank you.
spoon.
Right? So that the predictive engine to figure out what would make sense as the next word, and the next word, and next word, and next word, you think, wow, that's pretty basic. But if you amp that up to have a vector space with like an inimaginable number of parameters, and it's just like it's mind-boggling, then it can sound like a human. It's like, well, I'm going to pretend to be Jay Abraham here for a minute, and I'm going to tell you exactly what you should do with your failing business right now. Do, 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 do. And it's like, wow, how did Jay get into that little computer? He didn't. The autocomplete pretended that it was Jay Abraham. Once upon a time. So if you don't like the results that people are seeing when they're typing in their prompts into ChatGPT when it relates to your brand or to your industry, genre, whatever, then you got to take strong proactive action to fix your SEO as well as do AEO specific tactics and use AEO specific tools. So let's take one of these three pillars. Let's take content as an example. So let's say that let me get an example from the audience, and we're going to go do hot seats in a little bit. I wanted to get this foundational stuff out of the way first, so you know the framing. So I need a website. I'm just going to do a quick little thing. So this isn't like a full hot seat. This is
All
just
right. So put in a website, your website link in the chat. And if you can make it a live link, even better. So we have Roger coming up. Can you, or Engels as well?
okay. So, all right, I'll use Roger.
Wow.
Okay, so let's go to a kind of like a product page or a service page. I don't really have, oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is a game and there's not a lot of content here. So this isn't going to bode well for Roger in terms of SEO, getting high rankings for this page in Google because there's not much content on this page. If I'm typing in police simulator into Google, even though that's the exact name of this game, it may not even rank well. I don't know yet because I haven't typed that in yet. But the idea here is when you only have a couple dozen words, that's by definition thin content. I didn't make up that phrase, and nor did the SEO industry. That actually is Google terminology. Thin content. What's thin? You hardly talked about the product. 20 words or whatever it is, 30 words. That doesn't really give enough meat to Google to sink its teeth into to figure out what this is all about. So how do we build on that from an AEO standpoint? From a content angle, one of the things you'll see is that there are these TLDR, too long didn't read, quick summaries at the beginning for a longer article. Now this page is basically TLDR. That's all there is, right? But if you had, let's say, 1,000 words, you'd add a TLDR in front of it. Now, this is a product page. Product pages tend not to be as long as articles, but how would you expand that for SEO and for AEO simultaneously? Add frequently asked questions. So if you had frequently asked questions only on an FAQ page, you are missing the boat because the answer engine isn't looking at your website cohesively or comprehensively. It's looking at an individual page and it's not even looking at the whole page. It's kind of processing snippets, chunks. So if we added an FAQ section to this product page or to a landing page or to a sales page or a service page, now we have a page on steroids that's much more effective at AEO and SEO, especially if we've also simultaneously quashed some of the buyer objections in the process, right? So these aren't just like how many players and what's the release date and so forth, just regurgitated stuff as Q&A. No, these are the real world kind of buyer objection type questions. So what does this look like? Well, let's go to my site as a quick example, my personal site, stephanspencer.com. We'll go to, let's say, my coaching page. And then these FAQs tend to be at the bottom of the page on most sites. So if you are wanting a more extensive set of FAQs, it's not like you don't put 10 pages worth of FAQs at the bottom of your sales page, right? You could use a tabbed approach like I did here. So there are 7 different categories, including pricing and scope and services. And one of the common questions is how much does it cost to hire you? Or how much does it cost to hire your agency, Stephan? And another question might be, well, you're much more expensive than the other folks I've spoken to. What makes you different? What makes you worth it? So these are buyer objection type questions. Nail these, and you're much more likely to get the lead. Now, remember in the scenario where someone was referred by a friend, a trusted friend, and then they Googled you or they ChatGPT'd you, whatever that output is determines whether they pick up the phone or they send that email or they fill out that contact form, not what went on your website. That was if you passed the sniff test with whatever the engine was that they utilized. And now we're heading into a world where you're going to have a personal agent that is your representative, has your credit cards, it has your authorization, a certain budget assigned to it. Like, hey, you can make decisions on your own AI agent for Stephan to purchase things for Stephan as long as these criteria are met. And what is going to be more efficient for a personal agent that has buying power and has autonomy with guardrails, with constraints, to operate as you, has your medical details, it has all the stuff that you trust it with, but not Mark Zuckerberg, not Bill Gates, not Elon Musk. And that personal agent negotiates, researches, buys, returns things, etc. It's not efficient for it to go surfing around your website and clicking on buttons and scrolling on things and zooming in and all that.
So
It's much more efficient for it to work with another agent.
So, Stefan, I'm just getting a sense that people are getting lost in the alphabet soup. There was a couple of questions which kind of lead me to believe that, we need to get everyone re-engaged. So let me ask a couple of recent questions that have come up.
Yeah.
Someone asked, Andy asked, do you have any tips when vibing a website or landing page for AEO? And can you talk about what that is before you address it?
Yeah, yeah. So vibe coding is where you speak into existence. It's kind of a metaphysical thing. Speak into existence a website or an app, and you are not a coder.
Okay.
The problem with this is these websites that you vibe code prompt, by speaking or typing a explanation of what you want, and you're not a coder, you're not in the HTML, you're not choosing WordPress plugins and configuring them, none of that sort of stuff. You're handling none of it. The problem with it is that these websites tend to look very cookie cutter.
Okay.
And I think people can sniff that.
Mm.
You get a credibility hit. So on previous hot seats, I've recommended Studio One Design for web design. I'm gonna plug them again because I love them. These guys do not make cookie cutter, vibe coded looking websites. These are beautiful, highly optimized for conversion. And when we partner on the client together, which we've done on dozens of times, then it's highly optimized for SEO as well.
Nice.
So this is what you need to do to be serious about your web presence. Now, to circle back for just a moment to where we're, the Wayne Gretzky quote, right?
Hmm.
You skate to where the
Puck
he
is
said
gonna be.
he skate to where the puck is going, right?
Yeah.
Where's the puck going? It's
Mm.
not going to making websites even more interactive and engaging and fun in 3 years' time. We're probably heading to a world where mostly your agent is communicating with that brand's agent and doing all its stuff in kind of a short form kind of format
Okay.
that we can't really um, unpack or um, watch and understand. But that's
Mm.
okay because we're going to get the outcome that we're after. Like, I want a new pair of running shoes, and these are the things I care about. I've got a flat foot, or I have a bunion, or I have, shin splints, or whatever. Handle it for me, agent. You got it. Doing its thing, and you don't need a website for it to do its thing. But we're not 3 years into the future right now. We're thinking about skating to where the puck is going, but we're also operating in 2026 right now. So we still need to care about our website being optimized for conversion, optimized for SEO, optimized for AEO. And so back to this idea here of this particular product page,
Hmm.
adding a section of FAQs that are well thought out that really beefs up the page for AEO purposes is definitely something you should be doing. So his question was around vibe coding a website.
Hmm.
So my short answer is you can play with that, but that's not for prime time. That's like saying I'm going to vibe code an app and make it production level and run $1 billion business off of it. Today, that can't happen.
And then the follow-up to you just mentioning, the frequently asked questions. Is there a great way that people in the audience can do that? How can they find better, buyer framed objections that they can address in their frequently asked questions?
Yeah. Well, in prompt engineering speak, prompt engineering is a term that was very popular a year or two ago. It's kind of waned in popularity. But the idea here is that you want to get really good at prompting the answer engine, prompting the LLM. If you're a great questioner,
Mhm.
you're going to get great responses. There's a
So,
programmer term that's been around for a long time. It's called garbage in, garbage out.
yeah.
Right? But it also, I think, applies on the reverse that gold in, gold out.
Ooh, I love that.
So let me show you, speaking of Studio One design, something super cool that helps them get massive value and alignment from their LLM, from ChatGPT, Claude, etc. So this is a Google Doc, and they feed it as additional context. So give me a second. I'm going to pull it up here. This document is called a brand book. In this case, this is by far the most extensive brand book I've seen. I haven't seen a ton of them, but look at this, 109 pages. What's the internal narrative going on in the buyer's head? What are their hesitations? What are the disqualifiers? What are the risks? What's emotional relief look like? It's not just the demographics and psychographics of the ideal um, uh, client avatar. This is 109 pages of absolute depth. How do you create something like this? It's a lot of work, even though you're using AI to do it. You feed it a lot of your internal documents. If you have sales call recordings and webinars that you've recorded, podcast interviews, you've been on other people's shows, et cetera. You feed all this data into the LLM, like Claude, and you prompt it to create a brand book, and you tell it these are the parameters, these are the things I'm looking for, this is, the depth I want you to go. Maybe even if you have an example, that always really improves the output. Is like, model this. Here's a voice and tone guideline. Here's a one-page marketing plan. Here's a whatever. I want to have something like this, but relevant specifically to me and my business. So this brand book, you feed it to, let's say, Claude, you upload that, and then you provide the prompt that says, hey, reference this document and do your magic, come up with frequently asked questions for this landing page, come up with a set of videos that I should produce for my YouTube channel, come up with an editorial calendar for my blog for the next quarter, come up with a one-page marketing plan for 2026 for my company, and off it goes. Without this, meh, like you're kind of rolling dice to see if it's going to be hallucinated. In other words, just made up answers. I'm sure you've heard horror stories of lawyers representing a client and they cite case law that doesn't exist because it was from ChatGPT and it made it up because it didn't have it. So that's a hallucination. So you might end up getting hallucinations. It's about 10, 15% of the time, can be as high as 30% of the time you get hallucinations. So you have to fact check everything and you have to be careful and thoughtful about your prompting. But yeah, This is secret sauce right here. This sort of stuff massively improves the chances you're going to get a high value response or piece of content from the AI. All right. Was there another question you wanted to
Um,
surface from the chat?
Actually, what I was thinking of doing is, so I currently have it so that everyone can, make comments to me. I'm opening it up to everyone, so you can respond to everyone now. I want you to capture something you've learned so Stefan can know that you're actually processing this because it's a lot to take in. So if you could respond to everyone in the chat right now and talk about one thing that's really hit home for you. So I want to kind of make sure we take a breath and start digesting because you've shared so much, Stefan.
It's like drinking from a fire hose.
It really is. It really is. So I see
And
here,
just imagine a year from now.
yeah, yeah. So I'm seeing people are wrestling with Claude skills to audit websites. You have to be multi-dimensional in your marketing efforts because a lot of these are still coming through just to me. Yeah, building a brand book, cool. Adding those frequently add questions as content. Killer HREFS. Cool.
Ahrefs, yeah.
Brand book. Lots on these brand books. Loved. If you're not winning at SEO, you're not going to win in AEO. Thank you, Myron. Basic idea. Need to try things. SEO is the father of AEO. SEO is still important. So it looks like people are really getting it. A confirmation that Google is number one. Huge importance to SEO. What are some other things?
Yeah, this is all great stuff.
Yeah.
So I heard a mention of Claude skills. So I want to surface this that I haven't shared yet, but it's a great resource. Eric Siu, SIU, he's an SEO and a marketing guy. Has a competitor agency, and he released a bunch of marketing skills for Claude that I think you'll find quite helpful. It's publicly available in GitHub. So I'm going to paste this into the chat, this URL. But remember, we're going to follow up with a comprehensive list of all the links. So 1 second, I'm going to post this to everyone. There we go. And the way I found out about this was he posted on LinkedIn about it.
Wow.
Yeah, really helpful. So let me just kind of summarize and recap some of the key points that we've spoken about for the last hour.
Thank you.
Things that we didn't get from the chat. So there are the three pillars to SEO: content, architecture, and links/citations. All three of those have to be strong. Um, there's the So when you're using Ahrefs or SEMrush, here, let me show you something here. What was that website from earlier? Um, Gosh, was it Roger? Oh yeah, acerinteractive.com. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to show you what you get from a tool like Ahrefs or SEMrush, so you can see that this is immensely valuable. It's not just kind of hypothetical, it's tracking whether you're showing up in with what keywords and what positions and whether you're in the AI overviews or not, et cetera. So I'm going to put in Acer Interactive URL here, put in the domain. I also do this on SEMrush, so you can see the differences. A lot of similarity. Like, one tool has the the keyword gap analysis. Another one has the content gap analysis, and they basically do the same thing. Right. But They are different, so they're not just a knockoff of each other, but at least have one, I would say. They're, or I have an agency that has a subscription. So here you can see something that's pretty fascinating, specific to AEO, and that's this box here of AI citations. This is powered by Ahrefs Brand Radar. Now, Brand Radar tracks several hundred million, look at that, 357 million prompts every month. And it's broken down like this. So ChatGPT, 14 million, Gemini, 14 million, Google's AI mode, 38 million, Google's AI overviews, 262 million, Perplexity, 14 million. Tracking and looking for citations, mentions of you, your company, your URL in the output. So going back here to the Ahrefs dashboard for Acer Interactive, you can see out of the 14 million prompts that it's tracking, and these are synthetic prompts, it made up the prompts. So it's not real people typing these things in, it's synthetic. But nonetheless, it's a good indicator of whether you're really visible or you're pretty much invisible. And this looks like pretty much invisible. Zero mentions, zero citations with zero pages. And that's the same with Perplexity, Google Gemini, and with Microsoft Copilot. Acer Interactive does have a few mentions inside of the Google AI overviews. So if we're typing in like, um, I don't know, I'm not saying that they have a flight simulator, but just flight simulator free. Um, how to play a flight simulator. Trying to get a Google AI overview triggered. Here we go. So if you have visibility inside of the Google AI overviews, that's going to be tracked and reported on inside of Ahrefs. So you can see 4 mentions, which is an improvement of 3. They were only had 1 last month, and 3 pages. 3 pages, 4 citations, 4 mentions. Okay. So remember, what gets measured gets managed. If you have no idea whether you're visible or invisible in ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, etc., here's your starting point. Backlinks, that's where if people link to your site from their blog, from their podcast website or whatever. Let's say you were a guest on their podcast and they link to your socials, they link to your homepage, they link to your book that you authored. All that stuff will be visible to a tool like Ahrefs or SEMrush. You can see what keywords people have typed in to get to your website. This takes a little longer to load. I mean, the database, the massive amount of data that it's churning is pretty mind-blowing. So here you can see pretty much branded keywords dominate here. Only a few um, keywords that are not specific to the brand, the overall brand. Actually, all of these I would say are brand keywords because it's the name of a game that they've released as well. So if you wanted to show up for non-brand keywords as well, you need to see that you're not ranking for them and you need to start targeting keywords doing keyword research to identify which keywords and which prompts are the things that you're going to chase after, and then start building content to match that. So this is Ahrefs. As I said, SEMrush is very similar. Let's see what that looks like real quick.
And there was a quick question. What are organic keywords?
Yeah, so that's the regular 10 blue links that are not part of the AI overview section or the people also ask box, or there are other kinds of um, uh, what are called SERP features, search engine result page features that will show up. Like you might have news items or shopping results or whatever that are kind of embedded little one boxes.
Mm-hmm.
The regular organic results are everything but that. Okay, it's just the regular blue links. So if I'm searching for Flight Simulator, I'm going to see Microsoft Flight Simulator, GeoFS, a Reddit thread, Xbox page. Right, this video section that doesn't count as a regular organic result. This is called a
Okay.
video one box. The people also ask box. That doesn't count either. That's a separate thing. That's a SERP feature, search engine result page feature. Oh, let me show you a really cool free tool, which, it's got a little freemium kind of little $10 a month thing that you can pay for more usage. But it's a tool called Also Asked. I love this tool. If I wanted to type in, someone give me a keyword in the chat, something related to your products or services, your industry. Okay. Let's use, oh, this is a fun one, funeral. Don't take the fun out of funeral. I just made that up, by the way. Okay, so let's not go UK, let's do US. And I'll refresh this here. And look at this. It's like a beautiful looking tree graph here, and I can zoom in and I can zoom out. I could click on one of these, and then it will recenter as that is the question, and then all these other sub questions come up. You might wonder, well, how did this come about? Well, it scraped Google. If I go to search Google for funeral and I check the people also ask box, oops, I know that guy, so that's why. All right. So yeah, we got AI overview, we got organic results, we got a people also ask box. Check this out. I start expanding the questions to see the answers. Do you see what happens?
They get bigger.
There's
They add more.
it's an infinitely long list. Is there a nicer word for funeral? And that was never a question I've ever had in my entire life. Um, do they remove teeth before cremation? Okay, this is getting dark fast. Let's move back to the tool. Okay, people also asked is what powers this tool inside of the Google results. So it's scraping that, and it's putting it into a beautiful like visual hierarchy, like a tree structure, a flow chart. I can also get this as a download for loading it into Google Sheets or Excel. If I, for example, come up with my editorial calendar for my blog or for my YouTube channel or for my social media, based in part on this research, like what are the questions people are asking? How can I address those on my FAQ page? How can I address those on my blog and on my YouTube channel? This is such great fodder for planning your content and enhancing your content. Okay, so SEMrush. Let's go back to that for a second. We have a similar layout here with an AI section, right? Brand radar from Ahrefs, and here is SEMrush with its AI search version of that. We don't have as many of the engines being tracked. We don't see Perplexity here, for example. But we do get a sense for whether there's mentions and citations happening. So just to distinguish here, the ways that you can be talked about on a platform like ChatGPT. One is a citation that includes a link. People can actually click on that link and end up on your site. So that's a citation. Another is a mention, unlinked mention. So that's another way. So they have to copy and paste or type in your brand to get to you. They can't just click on it. Another is they actually stripped your name out of there or they stole your content without attribution. And so, hey, those are my words, or that's exactly what I say about this topic. And ChatGPT just basically lifted it without attribution. So that's another way. You get paraphrased.
S- Stefan, Robert was asking why is there a difference between Hrefs LLM mentions and SEMrush as not being different for the same client?
Yeah, because they're going off of different databases.
Okay.
They're building a database of synthetic prompts and scraping the outputs from these various answer engines. And then they're tracking that over time, and they're not the same. 357 million prompts for Ahrefs. You don't have the same exact prompts, and it's not the same number of prompts, and it's not the same engines. There's some overlap, but you know, that's why, as you can see, I have two tools.
Right.
I don't just rely on one tool.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well
And so
said.
you can see here, going back in time, how things have progressed. You can go to all time. This is organic traffic. If I turn off branded traffic, then I can just see organic traffic in blue, and there's no paid traffic. So that means they're not doing Google Ads. So that's over all time. If I go to 2 years, a little bit of growth, but not much. Pretty stagnant over the last 2 years, and very small traffic numbers. So if you contrast that with, here's one of my clients who is a top 3,000 website in the world. They've been a client continuously since January of 2017. And as you can see, massive growth. When we started working with them in 2017, they were like at 2 million. Now they're at 13. Now these numbers are estimates. They don't jive with Google Analytics and Google Search Console. Those are much more reliable numbers. But for a third-party tool that's estimating the stuff, it's pretty darn good. But again, I'm looking for a corroboration between the tools that, hey, this is a trend that really is real. So I'm seeing it in both Ahrefs and SEMrush, and that gives me some level of confidence, even if I don't have access to their Google Search Console or their Google Analytics. By the way, Google Search Console, if you're not familiar with that, looks like this. So there are a lot of features. I'm not going to go into all the um, into the weeds, all the details of it, but you can see the top queries for a particular time period. You can see the top pages for a time period, top countries, top devices, etc. You can filter. You can say, well, for this particular, this is a podcast interview I did of Peter Antonio, who is a pretty popular mentalist. He uh, he did really well on America's Got Talent, I think. Anyways, so if I click on this, now I've added it as a filter criteria. And now if I look at queries, all of the queries are specific to that particular page on the site. And this is real information from Google. This isn't made up or synthesized or estimated by a third-party tool. This is the real deal. So whenever you have Google Search Console access, you have a new level of intel. But that's only if you're like an agency and this is your client, or it's your company and you've signed up for Google Search Console, which is completely free, by the way. And I'm just scratching the surface. There's so much capability in this tool set. It's really awesome.
So, Stefan, I'm gonna pump the brakes because
Okay.
we're approaching the 90-minute mark, and most people need a break by now. But I
Yeah.
do want to mention some things because I saw a few questions about where to invest, and I'm gonna break this down for you. The best place for you to invest is with Stefan Spencer. It does have an investment that is sizable, but that gives you access to all of the tools that he's been working with and working on to put in your favor without you having to go through all of these things to do this. And yes, the next best thing is to actually pay for some of these tools. Make the judgment call of, is SEMrush or Ahrefs better for you? That's your call. But investing in these tools will give you access to their robust nature. So it is worthy of making some investments, but really that's going to be your call to make. The last kind of tier is to look for those free tools. But trust me that anything is better than nothing. So even if you just do a few things from today's event, of creating a backlink or just adding some frequently asked questions to every page on your website, those things will organically strengthen your site so that more eyes are getting there and hopefully more buyers, and those buyers are going to give you the budget to invest more. So hopefully, my hope is that one insight from today makes it so that hiring Stefan makes tons of sense for you. So you don't have to do all the purchases and investments and factoring of all these things. But with that, I'd like to give you guys, what do you think? 5, 10 minutes,
Let's do
Stefan?
5 minutes.
Okay,
Let's
let's
do
do
five.
5 minutes and come back. And I'm going to open this up again to everyone, so you can please capture an insight in the chat, something you've gotten from today, some value, a tool you're going to apply, and maybe a question. So I need to take a break. I know Stefan may not. So I'm going to close off my screen, but make sure that you come back refreshed, but process. Really, this is your moment to digest some of what you've gotten, and it's okay if you feel like you're in alphabet soup because there are a lot of acronyms. Take a breath, and we will come back at here in the Pacific Coast. I'm going to say 10:36. We will be back and engaging with AEO and so much more. All right, let's take a break. And so that's
5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes I see there in the chat, starting a little while ago. All right. So I'll see you in five. If you want to play some Jeopardy music, you're welcome to do that.
All right, I'll go off camera myself as well and do a little stretch break.
Thank you. All right, start coming back into the room. We have a minute to go. Bring your tea, your coffee, your snacks, your pens, your notebooks. So, Stefan, I did you a disservice. I talked about how awesome it is to work with you and how it would save people time and give them a shortcut to getting all of this done. How would someone actually go about doing that?
Oh,
Which one of your sites should I send them to?
okay. Well, thank you. StephanSpencer.com is a great one.
Okay.
Um, my agency is called Net Concepts, so they could go to netconcepts.com as well. But yeah, StephanSpencer.com.
Okay. All right. So there it is in the chat. Um, give that a look-see. And after this, really, I highly recommend going to his about page because it really is a little bit of a history of all things SEO, and it's a fun read. Getting to know Stefan as a human being, is something that's nice to see because we're talking technical today, but there is a really cool man behind all the acronyms. I highly recommend even if you don't invest in a consult with Stefan, I do recommend getting to know him as a human being because he's super cool.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is actually a good kind of best practice for about pages, and I have to give credit to Studio One Design, and in particular the founder of Studio One, Greg Merrilies, for this idea. It's a timeline.
Hmm.
If your about page doesn't have a timeline, you are missing out. And this is also helpful for AEO because we want to provide a lot of detail to the answer engines about us, our history, and our milestones, our hero's journey. And plus, people buy from people who they know, like, and trust. And if they can get to know you and they find commonalities, the unity principle of the principles of influence, Dr. Robert Cialdini's work. If you have um, someone rooting for you, like, oh wow, I can't believe he overcame those obstacles and punched above his weight and did all these cool things from humble beginnings, or whatever. They feel resonance and relatability, and that helps them to want to work with you. So this is an approach I highly recommend using a timeline. So this is my timeline. If you want to see another example, this is my wife Orion's website and her about page. She actually has two about pages. One is for about her personally, and then one for her Orion's method. So let's go to her personal about page. And as you can see, similar sort of um, timeline format, but with a different style and kind of flavor to it. So I highly recommend doing something like this, not just for personal brand, but for your company as well, so that they get to know that hero's journey story arc. How did the founders go from scrappy to, multi-millions? Oh, and one more thing related to this is when you have a page like that, not just a stub, a thin content about page, when you have something really extensive like this, then you can feed it to an LLM like Grok to make a Grokopedia page for you. Grokopedia, if you haven't heard of it, is Elon Musk's competitor, to Wikipedia that he and his team at Grok created. And if you look at, so I have a Grokopedia page, which is quite extensive, and I didn't have anything to do with it. And the reason why it got created automatically was because I'm in Wikipedia. So if you want to see my Wikipedia page, it's a lot shorter. So that's it.
Cool.
Whereas the Grokopedia page much more extensive, I think more interesting, more references, more, I don't know, more of the human element, ironically, even though it was written by an AI. And it's surprisingly easy to get to be notable enough to get into Grokpedia. There's a lower threshold with Grokpedia notability than it is for Wikipedia notability. It's very hard to get into Wikipedia. So let's just for fun, let's see how this works. So Brian, you're not in here.
Right,
If we Google you, you have a website, but we want to look for notability.
right,
Just because you have a website, that only means that you have enough money or resources to have a website. Doesn't mean that you're notable.
right. And I'm only one of those faces.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
I have beard envy, I'm telling you.
So is this isn't you then?
No, it is.
Oh,
I'm
it
still
is.
working on it. Don't look at that. It's embarrassing.
Okay, never mind. I don't have one of those special pens that the men in black have, so I
Right,
think
right. We can't,
the cat's out of the bag. I
Right,
think
right.
they're
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good.
okay. But if I find some podcast interviews, for example,
Okay.
if I find some feature stories about you, and these don't have to be in like the New York Times or something. It could be on really easy to get sites like IdeaMensch.
Hmm.
It's basically a pay to play. Like, and then they interview you, and it's actually a pretty interesting read. And you feed Grokpedia these items. Maybe it's only half dozen of these things, and there you go. You have a wiki or a Grokpedia article created by Grok from that content, whatever else it finds online. But you got to give it the starting point. It's especially important to find these sorts of resources like the podcast interviews and the feature stories, the media mentions and all that, and feed that all in specifically into Grokpedia if you don't have a press page. So best practice really is to have a press page, but not everybody does. Here's what a press page could look like because I have TV appearances
Hmm.
as well as, I go to speak at a lot of conferences and I'm on a lot of podcasts and so forth. And this technically isn't press being published as a columnist, but I included it anyways because uh, like I got in Harvard Business Review with an article I wrote. So I wanted to put it there anyways, even though technically it's not press. So article mentions, podcast interviews, conference interviews, TV appearances. And for AEO and SEO purposes, I actually took the transcript of each of those videos, like of the TV appearance, and turned that into a long form article. And this was a very short TV appearance, so that was uh, like 3 minutes or something like that. So there's not a lot of content there, but this is the transcript, but it just reads like an article. And of course, with an embed of the YouTube video. So this is great for AEO and for SEO. Instead of just saying, here are some appearances, I'm giving a lot of fodder to the crawlers to process.
So, Stefan, if somebody submits like a research paper or article, or they have a Substack thing, how do you amplify that so it's more likely to actually get on those crawlers?
Yeah. So let's talk specifically for about Grokpedia for a second, then we'll go
Sure.
more broad. So if you let's use an example. Is Robert from Telecom for Good
Yeah,
on the call?
I saw him earlier.
Robert, are you still on? If so, just type yes in the chat. And uh,
Yeah.
and if you're game for me to like in real time create a Grokpedia page either for you or for your brand, Telecom for Good, then give me a yes on that, and then we'll do it.
You got the yes.
Okay. So hi, Robert. Thanks for playing. So let's do this. So first, we're going to go to Grokpedia and make sure that you are not in already. Probably you aren't. So there's a Robert Anderson, but it's not the same Robert Anderson. Let's
Is
see who
that
it
is that the one from the Matrix?
is. Do-do-do. You are on fire, Brian.
Hey, let's have fun.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a different Robert Anderson than Telecom for Good. So we'd have to create like Robert Anderson entrepreneur or um, what would you prefer to be? An entrepreneur or a um,
Entrepreneur works. I mean, I've owned a lot of different companies, started and
okay.
founded, and
Okay, perfect. So let's suggest you, Robert Anderson, entrepreneur, to differentiate from the playwright that we just saw. Okay, and then
Matrix.
here's where we help the AI figure this out that you are notable. We're going to put in your brand, Telecom for Good, and we're going to type in like podcast. We're going to type in interview. We're going to type in um, another thing we can do is put this into Google News. So news.google.com, and then search for your name in quotes and see if you, no. Okay. We take out your
It's me,
brand.
though.
That is you?
That was me.
Oh, wow.
I had a conference in Africa, in Senegal, and we were talking about this, and they interviewed me.
Nice. Okay. That looks legit. Good job. Okay. So we're going to add, let's see where we, okay. We don't even have to put in any kind of synopsis. Like we could say founder of Telecom for Good, but we don't have to because it's going to figure that out. We could provide, content in form of paragraphs and things, but it's not likely to use it. It might. So it's as simple as just putting in some proof of notability. So we're gonna do that here with podcast appearances. So that's a different media mention. That's cool.
That was a great guy.
Oh, okay. So you wrote a testimonial for him.
Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't really help you with your
Mhm.
notability, so we'll skip over that. Is this your YouTube channel?
Yes. Oh, wait a minute.
Nope.
Another one. I would have clicked on it. I said something about Cisco Meraki underneath it. Results with Telecom for Good. No, right above it. In that same one, Robert Anderson pinned the link in that bottom right hand side of it. There, underneath, read more. That one.
Okay, but that, yeah.
That's probably not what you're looking for.
Yeah, I wanted to see, do you have a YouTube channel or not?
Telecom for Good does, but not myself. No.
Okay.
That's
And
me
this
too.
is you.
That's a company we started for an AI assistant for websites.
Okay. Even though this isn't really for notability, I'll put it in there anyways. Do you have a personal brand website?
So when you were talking about the brand earlier, no, I don't. I was actually utilizing Claude to help try to create one for me.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll be a good thing to do. But for now, let's find. Is there a page about you on Telecom for Good?
On the about page, yeah, it should be at the very bottom. Goes through the journey, which you were talking about before.
Okay.
And this
So if I
website
click
actually was
on
built by the
you,
people that you recommended.
okay, cool. So here's okay, there's your little bio. Put that in here as well. Were you on any podcasts?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever been on a podcast?
No.
Okay. I recommend it.
You've told me for a million years to do it, and I haven't done it. I apologize. Says Jay.
Okay. Well, you know what they say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second
Yeah.
best time today. Or since we're in the middle of a seminar right now, how about right after it finishes, you can start sending some
Got it.
email.
I'll do that. I need to do that.
You can get your AI agent to do that for you, you know.
Yes, that's true.
They'll even build you your dream list of all the podcasts it thinks you should be on. Collect all the, tell it to build like a matrix or a spreadsheet of all the um, metrics that you care about, like how many Instagram followers, YouTube subscribers, um, uh, how many reviews on Apple Podcasts they have, and then on Spotify, what the website URL is for the podcast, the description of the podcast, name of the podcast, all that sort of stuff into a big spreadsheet. And then it can prioritize the list for you and say, start with this one. You know, these ones are highly relevant and they've got good reach, and these would be the lower priority ones on the list. And
Awesome.
then you
Thank
can
you.
start hitting them up or have your AI do it, right? Pulls the contact details from the web, puts that on the spreadsheet, and then you could say to your agent to go and do this stuff. Go, draft the emails. Let me see the first one before you send it, and then go ahead and use the unity principle and other principles of influence to get a response, a positive response, and then it'll bake that into the draft, and then you can have it send all the emails.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't know if this is going to be sufficient enough. We're short on time. I would have spent more time if this was like this is like a client situation, whatever. I'm just going to
Appreciate it.
hit submit, and I'm going to see if it's hit the threshold of notability. I didn't give it a whole lot to work off of, but I gave it a little bit. So I'm I'd say less than 50% chance it's going to actually create it from that, but we'll see. It takes up to maybe an hour. We can see what the status is. By the way, Grokpedia, you don't have to like set up a brand new account. You can just log in with your Twitter, your X account login, and then start suggesting articles and also suggesting edits to existing articles if you want. And once your article is created, then you can suggest edits to it and additions. And you don't have to worry about conflict of interest like with Wikipedia. Very strict Wikipedia guidelines around conflict of interest. You're not allowed to edit or create pages on Wikipedia that are related to you and your business or to an employee or to have an employee or a contractor or an agency create a page for you or edit a page about you or about your brand or about your industry to work in a link to you. Like all that's forbidden. Very strict guidelines around that, and they will hunt you down. They come with pitchforks, these Wikipedia zealots. Grokpedia, because Grok is writing it, they don't care. Like it'll decide whether you're notable or not. It'll decide whether you're a good guy or a bad guy. So there's no conflict of interest concern. Really cool. So we go here to your activity, and under article requests, you can see that it's currently in review. So this is, pretty light. I would have done a better job if I had more time. But as you can see, I've had a really good hit rate with creating articles. Rarely do I get rejected. Like this one, I got rejected. Joel Weldon, he's a friend in Genius Network. I cited him as being co-founder of National Speakers Association, but that was not correct. Technically, he was a founding member. So I got rejected for not being inaccurate claim. He was a charter founding member. Okay, so I resubmitted, and you can see this is not that long. That's all I needed to provide. Oh no, sorry, that's not the one. There's Joel. Look at that. Just changed it to a founding member of National Speakers Association, a Hall of Fame speaker, um, yeah, etc. So that created this article. How cool is that?
Pretty cool. And someone was asking earlier, can you edit Grokpedia? And if you look in the upper right-hand corner, it says suggest edit.
Right.
So that is how you would go about editing things.
Yeah. Or you can just highlight the thing that you want to edit.
Okay.
So
Nice.
let's say that we wanted to change the 48 years to 50 years. I can highlight the 48 years. I can click on suggest edit because now that's highlighted, this little
Hmm.
tooltip shows up, and then I can suggest 50 years instead, if that's correct, and provide my supporting source. And if his article that's referenced, you can see there's two footnotes here. One of them is his about page on his Joel Weldon site or Ultimate Speaker site. If I tell him, hey, change 48 to 50 on your about page, and then tell me when you're done, and then I'll submit the edit to Grokpedia, it will get approved because I will mention in that edit request. If I highlight this and then suggest the edit, there's the summary of what I want change the number of years from 48 to 50. I can provide the actual exact edit to make. So instead of 48 years, delete it, change it to 50. And then I can provide the supporting source, and I can say, I can put the URL of his about page here after he's made the edit. Super simple. And then it does its magic over the course of minutes, and then it's changed. So we don't know yet if Robert's going to make the cut, but we'll check back here in another 30 minutes and see. Thanks, Robert, for playing. And yeah, that's basically the process. You can do this for a company. You can do it for a person. You can do it for a book, uh, a podcast. So my wife, Orion, I got her not just Orion Talmai, which is her name. I also got her in with Orion's Method, which is her brand. As you can see, these are extensive pages. Really cool. By the way, a tip for this to make this even more effective is once you're in Grokpedia, you should link to your Grokkapedia article, like in your footer, so that it gets indexed in Google and then it ranks in the search results for your brand, hopefully. So we have Orion's Method. We have Orion's World. That's her podcast. Yeah. Some of her guests include Dr. Cialdini, author of Book Influence. And then I think I got one more for her. Maybe that's all of them. Anyways, so linked all that. You can see how it works if you, so this is my client with like 13 million visits per month. And you can see that we have where's the Grokkapedia? Oh, I think it's in the content pages section. Yeah. See? Grokkapedia. So that helps him uh, make sure that this is indexed in Google and showing up in the Google search results, because otherwise, who else is going to link to his brand's Grokkapedia page if he doesn't? So this is a two-step process. Create the article for you, Grokkapedia, and then link to it. All right, so let's start doing some more hot seats here where we try different aspects of AEO and use some different tools. So
Okay.
you can uh, put Robert back into the regular part of the room, and I'm going to pick. Thank you, Robert, by the way. I'm going to pick. Let's see. Okay, we have Maria and Chad, co-founders of United Tiny Homes. Are you guys here?
I see a
Oh,
Maria.
yeah. You raised her hand. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Maria. So we're gonna hot seat you.
And Maria, you can unmute yourself.
Okay,
There you go.
Yay.
let's see. We come on screen.
No, never gonna.
Doesn't matter. Okay. I'm very nervous, by the way,
We're here.
after listening to you for the hours.
Well, then I'm nervous for you.
There's a lot there, so we love all your information. There's some great depth that we're looking to explore even more.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Okay, so first off, I'm having some weird technical glitch happening. I can't really see your homepage.
Well, that's weird.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's dark.
That
Huh.
we've
It
never
is
had that
dark.
problem.
No, it doesn't come out like that. Interesting.
Yeah. So something wonky is going on. Yeah.
Uh,
So this might have
wow.
something to do with like an interstitial or some sort of pop-up that has
There is a,
Actually, I just did it. And mine came up
yeah,
fine.
we're in it. There is a pop-up, but it doesn't,
Yeah, there is a pop-up. That's right.
can you,
So that pop-up might not work on all browsers. I'm on Safari, and it looks
Oh, yeah,
like
we do it on Chrome. Yeah.
oh,
Oh, there
so
you go.
yeah, have a look and see if
I
that
can
works
see it.
fine.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
You
it's
got it.
working now, but if this happens to anybody else, that's not a good look.
No,
Okay.
that's not a good look.
I'm going to remind them.
Okay, so let's think about this from a both a conversion and an AEO/SEO angle at the same time, because we want to make sure that this is a good experience for a human if they come to your site. And
Right.
not only do we want to have any glitchy stuff happen, like not being able to see what's happening in the homepage content because of the black background, or pop-up thing that failed to load correctly. But we don't want to hide the high value content and all the social proof and everything by a big pop-up that they're not ready for. So I'm not a big fan of an immediate pop-up, like a timed pop-up with a second or 0 seconds or whatever isn't it's not best practice. I would do what's called an exit intent pop-up. That means when I, as the first time visitor, am looking at your site and then I start to leave, I move my cursor to go hit the back button or to type in something into the location bar in my browser, like another website. That's when the pop-up gets triggered.
Oh, that makes sense.
And there are plenty of tools that support pop-ups like Opt-in Monster, et cetera, that will do exit intent. Much superior to a timed pop-up.
Yeah, we're
Another
not
thing
getting
that
that.
I make sure that you do is you see I'm clicking outside of the pop-up and nothing happens. It's best practice that the pop-up should go away. You're making me click right inside this tiny little box
Mm.
called close in order to close it. I should be able to click outside of the pop-up to close it to get out of the pop-up. And the pop-up is obscuring a lot of important content, as I said. So let's see what's happening once I close the pop. And by the way, this is also not the strongest uh, way to position your offer. If you want to give people a freebie, like this $19 value of like it's a ebook or something, have a visual of that ebook. So let me show you what that might look like. So I mentioned my client, whatismyipaddress.com. He has a new book out called Privacy Crisis. It's on Amazon and elsewhere, but it's also available completely for free from his website, from this book website. So what does the pop-up look like? I'll trigger it here. Okay. See, that looks credible. It looks like a real legit book. It's in audiobook format. There is a companion workbook, and it's in paperback and in hardcover. And you can get the digital version and the audio book MP3 and the companion workbook all for free. And if you're concerned about your privacy, you don't even have to put in your first name and email. You can click on this download anonymously link. So it's an irresistible offer. So I would do something along those lines of making it look more enticing, more irresistible. Like this is the essential guide if you're a first-time tiny home buyer. And then show a visual of the cover of it and show that it has some depth, like a 3D rendering of it. So if it's a 100-page ebook, make it look like 100 pages and not like a tiny little 5-page booklet.
No,
And
you're
this is a
correct.
lot of information to ask for. Uh, what I think is best practice is to actually, if you let me show you an example. Um, actually have a case study about pop-ups on my stephanspencer.com site. So if we go to results and then we go to the case study section, the case study I have for Neil Strauss is a pop-up case study, and there's some best practices in here. And it might seem like I'm spending too much time on this, but a pop-up can really accelerate the growth of your business and your brand if it's done well. Like, what Frank Kern has been saying for decades is the money is in the list. If you're successful with an irresistible offer and you're building a list at lightning speed, that can really transform your business. So this was the before pop-up, ugly, like kind of glaring, garish and disturbing. It's like blood red color. It was weird. Not a great friendly look there of Neil. He's much more approachable than that. And some disingenuous copy. Like you're going to get his undying respect if you put in your name and email. Let's look at the after. Oh, there we go. There's a really nice guy. And we removed the fields for name and email. That still pops up when you click on yes, I want access. That little bottom left corner populates with the fields, first name and email, once you click on the orange button. So it's like you're already kind of in. You're committed. You're halfway through the progress bar, because you clicked on yes, I want it. And now you're getting asked the email address and first name.
I like that.
Yeah. And the much better copy. This way outperformed the previous 125% increase in conversions just by switching that switching out that pop-up.
Wow.
Okay, so let's close the pop-up. And again, I'm going to give you some conversion advice because it's going to really help take the customers, the prospects that are already coming, and help leverage that existing audience. What you have going on right now is a lot of cognitive overload. This happens when you have autoplay homepage videos or you have rotating sliders or carousels. It's too much information, and it's just like, I don't know what to do here. They enjoy it, like so. If the paradox of choice. If you give a person a bunch of flavors to choose from and taste test in a grocery store, let's say 20. They're not going to put any of them in their cart to purchase them. And the reason why is because it's overwhelming. It's too much. Decision fatigue, right? Whereas if you had a lot fewer flavors to choose from, you'd get less sampling, but not a ton less sampling. You get a bit less sampling, but you get way more conversion of people putting it in their shopping cart and then going to the register with it. So this was like legit research done. They did a study on this to show this is the case. So what you're doing is you're overwhelming their brain. And don't just take my word for it. There's a lot of conversion experts who say don't do sliders and carousels. They kill conversion. So we have like the author of the book Landing Page Conversion or Landing Page Optimization, Tim Ash, saying rotating banners are absolutely evil and should be removed immediately. Chris Goward, who also wrote a book on conversion optimization. We have tested rotating offers many times and have found it to be a poor way of presenting homepage content. Like all these guys are experts and they all agree, don't do it. And then we have Wistia even, who's in the business of providing, like Vimeo, providing a platform for hosting videos. If you don't want to just put it on YouTube and have a YouTube player, Wistia, don't do it. Do not have auto-playing homepage videos. They kill conversion. So the good news is this is easy to fix. And I'm not telling you your baby's ugly. I'm telling you, like, just stop the rotation and stop the autoplay, and more money will be rolling in.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, take your best frame from your best video and just use that, or have maybe a montage if you really need to show a few examples or whatever. But yeah, this is cognitive overload.
Hmm.
This as seen on, I like, and it's also adding more cognitive load because it's so colorful and they look clickable. There's a reason why as seen on logos usually are grayscale. It's so they don't draw the visitor to click. Right? So what happens if I click on them? Nothing. They're not clickable, and there's way too much emphasis on them. Again, if we look at my site, you'll see how I've incorporated as seen on logos in grayscale. I mean, I'm saying my team and Studio One, who designed the site, Studio One design. So see that? These are subtle, not overwhelming, but very strong social proof. If we go to a different page where different logos are in more appropriate, let's say we go to the results page. By the way, I think everybody should have a results page rather than a testimonials page or a praise page because people want results. They don't want to just read a bunch of puff pieces. So praise or testimonials, those kind of those don't land as well. So client served, look at that. Again, grayscale.
Hmm.
How about press? That's where the as seen on logos are appropriate again. How about um, what's another one?
Yeah, this is very, it's an elegant, I forgot, grayscale is elegant and understated, yet it definitely registers in my brain. Like I'm very aware of it and it's
Yeah,
not
awesome.
overwhelming. So I agree.
So here's another one. So this is relevant. This logo bar is relevant to my speaking. These are conferences I've spoken at and universities.
Hmm.
It's not as relevant to have client logos here or to have, yeah, seen on like media appearances because I'm trying to convey to a conference organizer that I'd be a great keynote speaker for them. All right, so we'll go back to, and by the way, you can save on some screen real estate by having that still image with the overlay of those logos in grayscale right on top of it. You can even add what are called impact metrics, which is another form of social proof. You oftentimes see like 500 five-star reviews or, in business for 36 years, that sort of stuff. These are impact metrics. 5,812 customers served, et cetera, et cetera. So again, if you look at my site as an example to what to R&D, as the page loads, I don't know why it's loading so slow right now, but as the page loads, you can have the numbers increment. So that's a cool effect. But you can see this is a set of impact metrics. Okay, another thing you can do is take these Inc. 500, or Inc. 5000, sorry, data points and make it more cohesive and work that into the section above as well. So as seen on can be much smaller, more subtle, grayscale on top of the image, still image, doesn't rotate, it doesn't autoplay. And then the featuring the Inc. 5000. And if it, this is too much cognitive load, I don't know how to process all this. So I would say, 3 years consecutive Inc. 5000. like this is, I have to figure out that this was in Phoenix metro area. This is for the state of Arizona. This is in the construction industry. Oh, these are all for the 2025 year. Like, too much.
Yeah, I agree.
And then the Inc. 5000, that doesn't have to be all colorful. It could be grayscale as well. And I don't think the wheel adds anything. Just do the Inc. 5000 logo from the middle. Okay, so from a content standpoint, are your um, best-selling tiny homes the ones that are featured first, or is it just kind of like a alphabetical order?
No, those are our top ones.
I'm not, I don't like the imagery. I didn't participate in this. I feel the imagery is off and not representative of.
They're not the best pictures, but those are our top sellers.
Yeah, they look like renderings. They don't look real.
The one on the left and the one on the right are actual photographs. The middle one is a rendering.
Okay, it makes the other two look less real.
Got it. All the others are photographs.
Okay. To me, it seems like these are in alphabetical order, not like top sellers. There's nothing outside of the alphabetical order.
Yeah, you're
C,
right.
D, D. Oh, I guess the DR is in the D. Okay. I would also have more social proof in the form of testimonials. You've got, again, an automated slider, death to sliders. There's no social proof here around like who is Jenna Hall, who is Lindsay Wood. Oh, okay. So you say the tiny home lady. So that kind of conveys something, but I don't know who the tiny home lady is. If she is
Head of the association, the Tiny Home Association. But yeah, you're right.
yeah, that's way more credible sounding.
Yeah.
You know, president of the Tiny Home Association.
Right.
We have testimonials from cities and other associations we haven't put up there.
Yeah. We have much
Yeah.
better.
There's so much opportunity here.
Yeah.
And again,
So if you don't do sliders, what's the what's the better option if you're not doing
just a static?
I'm glad you asked. I've got just the thing. So again, back to my site. So you'll see I have, there's Jay and there's Tony Robbins. So you can have a little section for each person. I also like using highlighting.
Damon John is a friend, and I just realized they don't even have.
They don't even have Damon on there.
He's giving us video testimonials. He's like, it's buried in there somewhere. So I can't
What? That's insane. That is insane. If you have Damon John saying nice things about, do you have audio of him?
Yeah, we have video of him in the factory actually talking.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't put that on there.
You've got a sleeper of a business there. Just imagine if you stop letting the sales prevention department run the company.
That is a very good point.
Okay, let me show you another way of adding social proof in a really elegant fashion that is not doesn't take up a lot of screen real estate. So this is one of my podcast websites. I have Get Yourself Optimized and I have Marketing Speak. So this one has that Tony Robbins quote and it has a little audio. So what happens if I play that? Here, let me turn on the audio. Share computer sound.
I know Stephan, and I want to tell you something. This man is a genius. He's considered to be the top guy in the SEO business.
So you could do something like that, where Damon is just saying, this is the company to watch in the tiny home industry. If you're looking to buy a tiny home, talk to these guys. And whatever he said, take that little snippet, put it right in prominently above the fold, but not overstated, just kind of a little bit subtle, like this.
How does that affect your AEO though, the audio? Wouldn't you want it in writing?
This remember, we're talking about conversion, which helps take the existing traffic and
Oh, I see.
turn that into dollars.
Yeah.
So there is a indirect side benefit for SEO and AEO if you have a highly referable, credible looking website. You'll get more links, more citations, more media coverage, more invites to keynote at conferences, all the things, but it's indirect.
Mm.
So I didn't give you the AEO specifics yet. I'm just like, this is just basic blocking and tackling advice for having an effective website that I'm giving you right now.
Right.
Got it.
Okay, so we have a lot of look, there's another autoplay homepage video. So we definitely got some low-hanging fruit here. Also, I love Eugene Schwartz and uh, his whole approach to marketing. He's the author of Breakthrough Advertising. I mean, he's passed away now, but he's brilliant, one of the best copywriters of all time. And maybe not up there with Jay Abraham, maybe a little bit lower than Jay. But this quote from him, I'm going to kind of butcher it, is really profound. And that is that the only job of a headline is to get the reader to keep reading.
Mhm.
Is this going to get the reader to keep reading? Is there curiosity? Is there intrigue? Is there mystery in there? I think that's missing. So why choose us? Yeah, I mean it's pretty clear what you're trying to accomplish there, but there's no curiosity inducing going on there that makes me want to keep reading.
Mm.
Go tiny, live large. Cute, but the well, let me see if I can off the cuff come up with a better headline for you. Um, why tiny is the new black? Makes me want to, read what those bullets are. I'm not saying that's the best headline. I mean, you could pull Jay in here and have him rewrite your headlines, but this is just to get your creative juices flowing. We want to create um, curiosity.
Mm.
Okay, so I spent a lot of time on conversion. Let's cover a few AEO type AEO slash SEO things. Remember, with bad SEO, you have bad AEO. So if you have, for example, in the architecture of the website, bad um, markup, schema markup, you're going to not do as well with AEO either. So I'm going to view source and we're going to look at schema markup. As you can see here, we have some schema markup. I bet you didn't even know you had it.
Mm.
This comes from the Yoast SEO plugin that you have installed on your WordPress site. But there's a missed opportunity here. Now, it's not just specific to this one page, the home page, or this particular schema markup, which is related to um, like the organization and the web page and so forth. If you want to see the valid schema markup separated out without viewing the HTML source, you can put the URL into this schema validator. It's at validator.schema.org. So we'll go ahead and paste that homepage URL into this tool. So it's checking just the homepage. It's not going deep into the site. If I wanted to crawl through the whole site, analyze all the schema markup, I'd use a tool like Screaming Frog. This is one of those essential tools for SEO and AEO. So I paste in here the URL for your site. I would, there's some configuration things you'd probably set up as well, but for speed, for right now, I'm going to just, hey, tell it to go. As you can see, it's going through all the links on your site. It's already found a broken link. I can sort by status code, so any 404s will be at the bottom here.
Oh, interesting.
It'll also find images that are overly large.
Wow.
See, these are way too big. You shouldn't have images, I'd say more than 100K. I've seen websites that have 5 and 10 megabyte images, and they didn't have to be even more than 100K. And that massively slows the site down for a user. What if they're on a mobile phone and they've got a slow connection? They're not going to stick around for that to load. Like this is a 448K image. That's pretty big.
Wow.
Here's a 500K one. Let's see what this looks like. So if we open it in browser, it didn't need to be that big.
Interesting.
That's a big image.
Wow.
So if you use Screaming Frog, then you can look at the schema markup across the entire site. And that's really handy. Schema is really important for AEO. But if we're just going to look at using a free tool at just one page, as you can see, I can use the schema.org validator. And these are the elements that are on the homepage. We have a web page schema, and that looks like that's it. Whereas, let's go to the About page and see if you have an organization or company schema. Let's take a look. Okay, we'll go. Where's your About? Okay, normally About goes after home. It's about us on one end, contact us on the other end. That's how most sites are designed. And also, where's the search box or the search field? A lot of people want to search and type in a keyword into your site. So, yeah, the way I equate it is if I'm going to rent a rental car, I don't want the rental car company to be super creative and like, oh, let's surprise our first time driver of our car by putting the turn signal in a non-intuitive place. Or let's make it really tricky for them to start the car with like a certain way of hitting the buttons and doing other things simultaneously. Like it should be standard across like every model. Like this is where the turn signal is. This is where this is how you turn the wipers on. This is how you start the ignition. Most websites have about us on the left, contact us on the right, services, products, or whatever. They've got certain terminology, they've got a certain order of things. And when you break that paradigm, you add cognitive load and you make it less intuitive, more confusing, and you get fewer conversions. Also, if you want people to call you, do you want people to call you?
Yes.
How do I get to your phone number? It should be like I don't need your physical address. I need your phone number and I need it to be clickable and I need it to look like a button. So if I clicked on it, especially on mobile, I'd be able to start a phone call with you. Even on a desktop computer, I should be able to do that.
I guess that's why we get walk-ins instead of phone calls.
We got a lot of walk-in. This used to all be there. This is kind of a new arrangement, so interesting.
Yeah. And don't put social chiclets so prominent. They should be buried in the footer. Like that's the wrong direction to send people. From social media to your website, yes. From your website to social media, no, 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 no. They're going to start watching cat videos and who knows what, and they'll forget all about you. They're never coming back.
It's true.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Darn those cat videos.
Yeah. Okay, so schema markup. Now I'm going to put in the about page. Here's the about URL, about us. Come on. All right. I'm going to paste that in. Run test. And I'm hoping for a company or organization schema, not just a web page schema. And I don't have it. Okay, bummer. Let me show you what an organization schema looks like. Okay, it looks something like this. And I'll paste this into the chat. Remember, stick around to the end. You're going to get the replay. You're going to get the link list and everything. But you see how the schema markup for organization includes your website URL, your company name, your address, your social profiles, a whole bunch of information, description, your logo. If you had a Wikipedia page, you could put it here in the list. This is called same as, the same as attribute. So your Instagram, your LinkedIn, your X account, your Facebook, your YouTube channel, et cetera, et cetera. And if you have a Crunchbase profile, if you have a Bloomberg profile, et cetera, you could put all those in there. And you don't have to do a lot of heavy lifting to make this happen. You just need to go into Yoast settings. If you've got the Yoast SEO plugin, which you do, and then you populate this additional information. There's a place to add in Yoast, add organization schema. Yoast SEO, go to settings, go to site representation, and then select organization, then put your company name, upload a logo, add the social profiles and all that in there too, and then hit save. Boom. Now you have an organization schema, which helps with like Google Knowledge Panel and with all sorts of things. It's of course important for ChatGPT and Claude and Perplexity and all that as well. And it's super simple. And you already have the plugin that supports doing this, but you could also just paste in the code into your template. Now, I wouldn't add it to every page of your site. I'd only add it to either the home page or the about page. You don't need it everywhere, and it's not really best practice to do so. But this is an example of many, many, many schemas. Schema.org goes into detail with more schema. Let's see, schema markup, full list. Over 800 types of schema for everything from recipes to events, to articles, to products, et cetera, et cetera. Podcasts, you name it. Reviews, one's called aggregate review rating or aggregate rating. It's tons of things. And when you do schema markup, you're much more likely to see things like this happen, where a tiny by a tiny Let's see if we can find some star ratings in the search results.
We don't come up.
Yeah, that's
Tiny homes for sale, Arizona. Anyways, I'm sure you've seen plenty of these where in the search results there's some star ratings with the number of reviews and the average rating. And the result, that happens from schema markup. If you
I know that's why I reached out to Stephan because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, see that? How cool is that? 4.9 stars, 79 reviews.
Interesting.
There's another 4.9 with 85 reviews, 4.8 with 94. So that looks really good.
Interesting.
So that happens when you have schema markup and you do everything correct. You're much more likely to get those. Very unlikely to get those without schema markup. But then a lot of stuff won't get picked up and processed properly also if you're not using schema markup from an AEO perspective with ChatGPT, et cetera. Okay, so we spent a lot of time on one site, but I think everybody learned a ton, hopefully, in the process. Let's move on to another site. Hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much, Stephan. This was amazing. We so appreciate it.
Incredibly
And
helpful.
we'll give you a before and after.
Okay, awesome.
So
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you so much.
as Stefan is finding the next volunteer, capture right now in the chat what is one thing you're going to apply from what you learned. And you can list more than one, but please start capturing these ideas of what you're going to do to improve. Are you going to get rid of something? Are you going to test something? I mean, digesting this into action is what we want for you. We want this to create momentum for you and transformation. Um, uh, People are begging to be roasted. I love it. So I will not just generate my website through Vibe. Excellent. Put client logs into Grayscale. Excellent. Cool. Uh, Talking to your team. I like that. That's important. Update schema for all pages. Excellent. Grokpedia. Fantastic. Somebody already created a Grok article. Another one to the schema markup. Excellent.
That's
Set up.
great.
Yeah, great, great.
How about sign up for Screaming Frog, right?
There you
Which
go.
is, I think, 220 bucks a year or something like that. It's an app you install on your computer, so it's not like a hosted service, and it's very affordable. That's a no-brainer, I think. Okay, so I have potentially our next hot seat candidate if he's here,
Who am I looking for?
Dan Silverberg.
Dan. I do not see Silverberg in there. I do see
Silber, Silber, Silberberg. Dan, are you with us?
I do not see a Dan in the
Okay.
list.
All right. He missed his opportunity.
Okay.
How about Aden? Aden. And the site is Construction Solutions with AI. Aden, are you here?
Put it in the chat if you are, or raise your hand. I do not see an Aiden in the list either.
Okay. How about Fred Moskowitz?
Fred Moskowitz. All
All right. He raised
right.
his hand. You are our lucky winner.
You
And
can
like
Thank
over,
you.
you can
get a
talk, Fred.
car, and you get a car, and you get a car. Except those people who didn't show up. They don't get anything.
Welcome, Fred.
All right, Fred, we're going to cover some different things that we didn't cover with other folks. So I hope you're game for that. If we can maybe start with some of the citation building and link building. It looks like you've gotten some uh, coverage on podcasts, which is great. You've got a book. That's awesome. So let's see if we can really amp this up and get you like mega authority. And the way I want to frame this is I love this example. It's from Peter Diamandis, who's the founder of the X Prize and the founder of Abundance 360 a conference that happens every year. And what he did when he announced the X Prize, which is a $10 million prize for being the first um, like passenger spaceship that is reusable within 2 weeks of launch. It can be relaunched with another set of passengers on it, something like that. When he announced that, he was on stage with the former deputy director of NASA and like 10 astronauts, NASA astronauts, all on stage with him. And nobody in the media who was like they're all there like taking it all in and everything. Nobody asked Peter, "Do you have the money?" He did not. He was announcing a $10 million purse for the X Prize, which didn't exist. Because there was so much super credibility with all these astronauts on stage announcing it with him, nobody asked. That's the power of super credibility. Well, thankfully, he did find a funder. It took him a couple years. He eventually got a billionaire to pony up the $10 million, but he didn't have any funding for this for the first couple of years. So thankfully, nobody won the prize until years later. So what kind of super credibility can you create? And so this is we'll pose this to Fred here in the form of how can we make Fred look super credible to the AIs, to the chat GPTs and perplexities and groks of the world. Okay. So one of the first things we're going to want to do is have a press page. So do I see a press page? I do not. How many pages are there to this website? This looks
Everything's on one page on right here. It's a single page.
okay. So this is important. A single page websites never perform well in Google ever. It's just it looks like an under construction page, even if it's full of content. It doesn't look credible to the Google algorithm. So you really need to retool this site. Do you get any organic traffic?
No,
No. Okay. So and
the only
when
traffic
they're
I get
contacting
is
you
from
too.
people looking me up.
Yeah. So if somebody looks you up, but they don't have your contact details, they would expect to be able to contact you with a contact form. Hit a contact us page or a
Yeah,
contact me page. Where do I
yeah,
get
it's at
that?
the bottom.
Okay, so I do
Scroll
see.
down. There
All
it
right.
is.
It really should be on a separate page. There should be additional information on that page to make it um, easy for them to say yes to putting their details in there. So let me show you what I consider to be best practice. Again, I'm going to use my site as an example. Bear with me here because um, it's just the easiest one for me to think about. See what I'm doing here is I am kind of dialing up the pain a bit with the copy. Now, you don't need copy on a contact page, but I would highly recommend it because you can build relatedness and amp up the pain and the urgency and all that sort of stuff in a legit um, effective way. And then here's the form. And try not to have too many fields, try not to have too many required fields so that you lower the friction and increase the likelihood they're going to fill out the form. You can always have a two-part form, and you could always have a separate form that is for entering a engagement with you for a free consult or a discovery call or whatever. So I do have a separate page for that. So you might want to consider something like that. And that is actually a two-part form. So there's a bunch of questions here. But then if they click that button, that information gets captured and stored in my CRM, and they go to a second page of questions as well. If they abandon at that point, I'm still gonna chase them. I got plenty of info with the first form fill, but I didn't overwhelm them with, okay, tell me what your Google Ads monthly budget is, and how many websites are we talking about? How big is your site? Like, too much. Okay, so two-part form, and that's only for people who are raising their hand for interest in working with you. Everyone else, like a conference organizer or the media, the podcaster, etc., they're going to get your contact form, which is a lot simpler and less onerous. Okay, so with a one-page website, you don't really have a whole lot to feed to an AI around all your press appearances. I mean, you do have. So how many podcast appearances have you had? More than four?
Oh yeah, over 150.
Over 150. Okay. So how am I going to be able to see all that on this page?
You won't. There's no way
Right.
to see it.
So here's what I would do. Again, if you emulate what I'm doing, I think that would be good. If you look at the press page and you go specifically to the podcast section, you'll see how I've incorporated this in a way that doesn't just bounce them out to another site. So see what happens here? If I click on listen to episode, it pops up a player and I can listen to the episode right from within my site.
Welcome to Before the Bestseller, the podcast that takes you.
Okay. So that's what I would, and if I was on a video, so it's on their YouTube channel, it's embedded in this way. If it's audio only, then the other way that you just saw. So I keep them on my site instead of bouncing them off into some other podcaster site, but I can have dozens and dozens and dozens of these appearances. So that's what I would do.
So you would recommend putting as many possible as possible on there.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would also recommend you grab those while they're still live. Don't assume that those are going to be live 5 years from now. I mean, if you did a podcast appearance 5 years ago, that might be gone. If you don't have a copy of that audio or video, you just may never be able to retrieve it. I mean, it's possible that you'd be able to get it from archive.org. Do you guys know about archive.org? This is a fabulous tool. So check this out. If I put in, let's put Fred's website in here. What this does is it goes into the past and finds all the versions of the site in the past. And it's not just the homepage, like the whole site gets crawled and indexed and stored. And it keeps refreshing that. So if you put in, so it looks like you started your site, Fred, in 2020?
Yes.
Yeah. So I started netconcepts.com in 1995. Look how far back it goes in the Wayback Machine. All the way back to first capture was in 1996. Isn't that crazy? You can see my website from 1997. Let's have a look. It's surprisingly not that embarrassing. Now, because this is massive, this repository is huge, that powers archive.org. Stuff takes a while to load. It's really slow, but look at that. Netscape and NetObjects and Excite, the search engine. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember it. Search engines like InfoSeek and Lycos and Excite. But look at that. That was in June of 1997. That was my net concept site.
Yeah, I see that mention of real player. That's
Yeah.
definitely from another time.
But how cool is that? And it's free. It's on archive.org. Anyways, so I would definitely expand your site. I'd make it at least a 10-page website. Make a press page, make a results or, kind of like a, testimonials type of page. Um, you do speaking appearances as well, yes?
Yes.
So I would have a separate, for sure, separate page for speaking. And that can have testimonials specific to conference organizers and from audiences, etc. Again, you can use my speaking page as a template. So I have a highlight reel of me speaking on stage. I have or no, sorry, the speaker reel is me speaking on stage, like for more than just a couple minutes, so you can get a sense for my storytelling and all that. So I would do something like that. A highlights reel or a sizzle reel is like a bunch of media appearances, like little snippets of the TV producers introducing you and the conference organizers introducing you as you come on stage and that sort of stuff. It's just kind of like a lot of little snippets.
Stephan Spencer.
Author and podcaster, Stephan Spencer.
Stephan Spencer.
Okay. So then when you get down to the attendee feedback, you could have a montage, like a bunch of different attendees talking about you. You could have conference organizers talking about you. That's the guy who ran Internet Retailer. You'd have like audience scores, 4.9 out of 5 speaker score, content marketing world, potential speaking topics. Like you can see, like you can have a massive page just on your speaking instead of just like a little mention about speaking on a single page website. And this gives you so much more opportunity to sell your value and your credibility and your history and your unique point of difference. And that's going to help you to get a much more prominent listing or a recommendation in an answer engine when people are asking who's Fred Moskowitz and what's his areas of specialization. Oh, well, did you know he's a keynote speaker? He's spoken at all these different events, and these are some of the topics he speaks about. And he's been speaking for X number of years, and he's done all these amazing events, and he gets all this great feedback, and he's in the Speakers Hall of Fame, and da 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 da. All that could be part of the output from a Chat GPT or a Grok or whatever if you had all that on your site. All right, so I'm gonna say we probably need to take another short break. Well, let's see, how much time? When was our last break, Brian?
It was at 10:30.
And it's 12 now?
Noon. Yeah, it's
Okay,
noon.
so that's another hour and a half. Okay, so I think it's time for another 5 minutes. What do you think?
Why not? Let's take a break and capture, digest some of the elephant. Please put in the chat um, some of the insights that you've gotten, because here's where the rubber meets the road. When you're seeing these hot seats, it's really easy to see someone else getting burned. But
In a
but the
nice way.
real burn, the real fire is when you make the change to your website. So please list, 2, 3 things that you are going to change to your site. You're going to test. Maybe you're going to add a page. Maybe you are going to feature something. Maybe you are going to make some adjustment. But what are you going to do? And notice your peers are taking action. So I want you to feel the pressure because nothing transforms if you don't take action. So that is why I am your advocate. I want you to benefit from today, not just make this intellectual entertainment like Jay always says, and really take the action that makes a difference in your life, in your business. And we will be back if you're on Pacific time at 12:07. So 5 minutes, everyone. Take a 5 minute break and put something in the chat that will make your business and website and everything a little bit better. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
All right. And I love this chat message that just came in. I will have AI analyze Stefan's site and clone mine off of it.
That's awesome.
Yes, that's called R&D, rip off and duplicate.
I love that.
All right. See you in 5.
All right. Bye, everyone. We'll see you in 5. So, Stefan, I just wanted to bring your attention. There's a Q&A button that we have live. One of the questions in here was one that I thought was really interesting. What's the best protocol to entering in your portfolio of work, meetings, interviews, webinars, podcasts into AI without it getting out into the world? So, what is the best way to keep that offline? So, I think that might be a good one to address. But
Yeah,
so
great. Let's
we
do
are
it.
coming back into the room, everybody. If I can get you to bring back your coffees, your waters, your feets, your and everything else you need. So let's get back into it. All right, welcome back, everyone. Stefan, do you want to address that question of or
Yeah, why don't we restate it? Because
yeah,
I don't know
please.
if everyone was in the room yet.
So
And while you're
what
doing that, I'm going to pull up my browser and I'm going to log into ChatGPT or pull up ChatGPT and Claude, and then I'll show where to address this. Okay, go
Great.
ahead.
So the question is, what's the best way to enter in your stuff, your portfolio of work, your meetings, your interviews, your webinars, podcasts into an AI without that information getting into the world? So what's the best way to keep it offline?
Okay, so everyone should be doing this. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. So we'll start with ChatGPT, but the place where you're going to find it is different for each LLM. So we're going to go down here to your name. We're going to click on that, and then we're going to choose settings. And then we're going to choose data controls. And then we're going to, under improve the model for everyone, unfortunately, that is set to on by default. We're going to turn that off. As you can see, I've already turned it off. I'm clued into OpenAI's sneaky by default. Let's use everybody's data for training. So we're going to turn that off. Okay, so that's ChatGPT. Here's what you do with Claude. Again, similar thing. You're going to go to your settings, bottom left. And where is it? Privacy. And then you're going to choose to opt out of the help improve Claude. That's the last question. Turn that off. As you can see, I've already turned it off. So I'm curious, who in the room here has turned these off already? Anyone?
We're getting some yeses. Yep. A couple nopes.
So
Nice.
hopefully by the end of this session, all of you will have turned this off. OpenAI and Anthropic do not have the right to use your data. That's not fair. Like that's not you didn't opt in for training data. They opted you in and snuck it into a buried place in the settings. Now, even with this turned off, I'm reticent to upload sensitive documents to an AI that is hosted.
Okay.
You can install an AI on a computer on like have it be part of your own little network. And that's more work and it's more complicated, but it's much more secure. So this is especially important if you're dealing with client stuff. Like we have clients who give us confidential documents and we're under NDA. We can't be uploading that into the cloud. sensitive stuff with financials and things like that. You got to be very mindful of that. Good question. Very good question.
Thank you.
All right. What else did we get in the chat or the Q&A?
Okay. So there's how do you be more focused on what needs to be added to a page to create the better page? Like how do you prioritize these things?
Yeah. So one of the ways that we do it at Net Concepts is we look at the top performing pages. We use tools like SEMrush and Ahrefs. So let's use Ahrefs again as an example. Do I still have that open? Okay. Let's go to Ahrefs. Let's put in can I get or actually let me pull up Fred's site because we went a little short on his. Fred Moskowitz. There are two tools inside of Ahrefs that I would use for this. One is Top Pages and the other is Best by Links. Top Pages, these are the pages that are performing the best in terms of getting organic traffic. Because this is only a one-page website, we're only seeing one page. But if you had 50 pages, it would be an order of which ones are the highest traffic pages to the lowest. And you'd prioritize the ones that are getting the most traffic already. Like, how do I win even more with the pages that are already winning? Right? It's like work on your strengths. Don't work on your weaknesses. So that's Top Pages. And then Best by Links. That's the if you have let's say your top performing pages that are getting the most links, not in terms of traffic, but getting the most links because let's say it was had some interesting research on it, or it's a really cool tool and everybody linked to it. Back in the day, this was a long time ago, I had developed a WordPress plugin. And that plugin was an SEO plugin that did quite well. It was completely free, and I got a ton of links from it to my NetConcept site because I had hosted the plugin on the NetConcept site. So that was one of my best pages by links was that page about the SEO title tag plugin. So if you look at sorry, I clicked on the wrong place. If you clicked on Best by Links and then you have multiple pages to your site, you're going to see which ones are performing the best in terms of getting the most links. And the ones that get the most links, you'd want to prioritize and see what you could do to make them perform even better.
Nice.
So, some of the things that you would do to improve the page, we already talked about having like a TLDR, too long didn't read, summary at the top, or key highlights, key insights, top takeaways section with bullets. A TLDR is really short, it's maybe one sentence. I prefer the key takeaways kind of bullet list of highlights at the beginning of the article, and then the FAQs at the end of the article or a product page or service page or whatever it is. And I also would have, if the article was written by, let's say, just a staff person or a contractor or, the content team or whatever, I would have it reviewed by or change the authorship to like somebody who's a thought leader in your organization, the CEO or founder or co-founder or VP of Ops or Director of Strategy or whatever, some legit sounding title or the actual founder. And in the case where it's going to be the junior person who wrote it, then reviewed by as an additional field. And also, you want to keep updating the article. So if I'm looking to rank for, let's say, biohacking podcasts, so I'm on page 1 for biohacking podcasts, and I just recently updated that yesterday. So it hasn't reflected yet in Google, but now it says 2026 because this article was originally written in 2019 and then updated again in 2022. The title changed, some details about the 7 top podcasts that I recommended on the biohacking field. And surprise, surprise, my podcast, Get Yourself Optimized, is one of the 7. And my wife's podcast, formerly called Stellar Life, but now Orion's World, that's in there too. And I have Dave Asprey with Human Upgrade and so forth. But this is a recently updated page. And notice what I do here at the bottom. I give a last updated date. You could put it at the top too, but I don't want to give so much emphasis if it's an old article that I haven't updated for 3 years. I don't want to like scream that from the rooftops. I mean, I probably shouldn't have put it in the title if I was not planning on updating it every year, because up until yesterday, it did say 2022. Another thing I would do to optimize this even more would be like have the the show podcast show art of each show to add some visual interest to this page. And if you want it to rank higher than it already does, I mean, it's already on page 1, which is pretty cool. But if I want to rank it higher on page 1, I might feature this on my homepage. My homepage has a lot of weight and authority. Most homepages, that's the highest authority page on the site, and the most important page on the site as far as the search engines and the answer engines are concerned. So if you feature, mention, bring attention to that particular article or piece of content on the homepage, it's going to increase its visibility and the likelihood it's going to get cited and it's going to get linked to and it's going to show up in the answer engines and the search engines. All right, did I answer that?
I thought that was great.
Cool. All right. What else you got?
So I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to all the questions. Is there a way to get answers to questions when you're trying to find something about like how to train something? What about other AIs, enterprise things? So I'm just, like, how do you do that on this browser versus that browser? What's a good way to research these technical kinds of things?
Well, you use the AI to tell you what to do. Sure, you could search on YouTube for videos to watch on how to use Claude Code, how to um, interface with an MCP server, right?
Right.
Or you could just ask the tool that you're used to, right? ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity or whatever. You just ask it, how do I do this? I want to create uh, awesome high converting thumbnails for my YouTube videos. How do I do that with AI? And I don't need to watch a YouTube video. I could certainly YouTube it to find videos on that. Or I could just ask ChatGPT or Claude. How do I do it? And it'll lay it out and give me some tool recommendations and so forth. So as an example, there's pixels.com, Pikzls. It's a little pricey, but it's an AI tool that will generate thumbnails, really high performing thumbnails. And you can give it a channel that you particularly like as as inspiration. You can just there's so much you can do with it. You can um, give it different styles to emulate, et cetera, et cetera.
That's
How
cool.
do you find a tool like that? You go to an AI and you ask it for a tool recommendation.
Nice.
Yeah. How do you improve your prompting? You ask the tool to improve your prompting. I mean, there are tools from OpenAI and Anthropic and so forth that do this for you. So, for example, let me find, I think I've got screenshots of this already. Yeah, here we go. So this is what some people would refer to as super prompts, where you think of everything, you throw in the kitchen sink and everything into the prompt, and the output, gold in, gold out, it becomes markedly better. How was it created? Um, Oftentimes using the AI itself. So here you've got some options. There's from OpenAI, the prompt optimizer. Here's a direct link to it. I'll drop that in the chat. Oh, why did it not copy? There we go. And then the Anthropic version for Claude, right here. And what that looks like is this. So here's the prompt optimizer for ChatGPT from OpenAI. This is the version that I gave it. Evaluate all the Amazon comments from Joe Polish's book, What's in It for Them, and provide Joe with strategic feedback he would benefit from. I wrote that. It's okay. It's pretty good. You want awesome? Hit go and tell it to do its magic with your original prompt. And there's the end version where it came up with all sorts of things like assess the relevance, tone, and actionable insights. Provide Joe with strategic feedback that addresses both individual comments and any recurring patterns. If you encounter missing comments, irrelevant content, or duplicates, clearly indicate this in your output. Put the output format in JSON object form so that you can use this, feed it into other AIs to further process it. Brilliant. I didn't think of any of that stuff.
Nice. So there's another question in here about llms.txt or txt as
Yeah,
a standard markdown file. What are your thoughts on that?
it's garbage. Absolute nonsense. It's a made up thing. The LLMs never used it.
Okay.
That was somebody selling snake oil, and a bunch of people believed it. No. Robots.txt, that's real.
Say that again.
This robots.txt, that's real. That's been around that as a standard that's been around for decades. LLMs.txt, the LLMs never agreed to a standard like this and never implemented anything like it.
Is that
No,
robust.txt?
robots like a robot, like beep boop
Got
boop.
it.
Robots.
Okay.
Do we want to talk a bit about video and leveraging video with AI?
I think that would be good.
Okay. Because video is the future, because a lot of people are going to be unemployed and watching a lot of YouTube. So I'm only half joking. So if you think about like how do I leverage textual content and turn it into long form videos? Or how do I take long form videos and leverage it into short form videos or leverage it into textual content? You can go all sorts of different directions with this. But let's just say that you have long form video already. You can use tools like CapCut to make short form videos from the long form videos. You can, and inside of YouTube, it already transcribes all the videos. Did you know that, Brian?
I didn't. I've been seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see the whole transcript. It's kind of tucked away. So I'll show you where to see it. But you can feed that transcript to an AI. You don't have to watch an hour-long video if you don't have the time. You can also feed it to Notebook LM, which is a free tool from Google, which is amazing. It will take, let's say, dozens of hours of video watching that you don't have time for. You feed it to Notebook LM and you say, I want you to synopsize this and like turn this into something highly actionable, da 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 da. Like give it your prompt, and then it will turn it into a very engaging, easily listened to podcast episode with these two fake, very real sounding AI co-hosts
Wait, you're
riffing
talking
back
about
and
that
forth
Google
about all
thing.
the research and all the stuff that like you'd dump like uh, research reports and studies and scientific papers that would just burn your eyeballs to read all of it. You just get it as a 60-minute podcast riffing thing of all the highlights. Super cool. Notebook LM, it's from Google and free. Yeah. So let's see here. So CapCut, that's a tool you might want to check out. Another one is called Rusk, which takes a video and makes a foreign language translation of it. So this little 4-hour thing we're doing together, that could be turned into French, German, Italian, Polish, you name it, Russian. And I don't speak those languages, but it'll sound like I did. It'll be in my voice with a pretty darn good convincing accent. So that's Rusk, R-U-S-K. In fact, let's see. I think I might have an example of that. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Let me make sure I'm sharing sound. Yeah, okay. Here we go. This is me in English. I had recently, maybe a year ago, learned of a term called an Iber, which is a Hebrew word. I learned. Okay. How about I had recently French? Récemment, il y a peut-être un an, j'ai appris l'existence d'un terme appelé IBR, qui est un mot.
Wow.
Now, I did take 3 years of French in college, so I could probably have pulled that off, but I didn't have to lift a finger. I just had to hit a button. So Rask, Rask.ai. And if there's not a tool for the thing that you want, you can vibe code it, or you can just wait a month and it'll appear. Just that's how fast things are advancing. If you wanted to have an AI avatar of yourself and you don't want to get like camera ready, put on the makeup and all that, you can just have the AI pretend to be you. And it looks like you, it sounds like you, it's got your mannerisms. Here's HeyGen, which is probably one of the leading platforms for doing this. A great example of somebody who does really well with this is her name is Julia McCoy. This is her, and it's actually not her. That's her AI avatar, Dr. McCoy, from Star Trek, Dr. McCoy. So when you see Dr. McCoy, that is her AI clone. So let's have a listen of like a little sample of her. So some of these videos have done really well. If I sort by popular, look at this, 856,000 views, 754,000 views, 460,000 views, 417,000 views. Those are all AI.
Big tech is terrified, not of regulation, not of each other. They're terrified because the moat they spent decades building is collapsing under their feet. For years, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, they owned the game. They had the data, they had the compute, they had the talent. Competition was impossible. That's over, and they know it. Hey, if we haven't met, I'm the digital avatar of Julia McCoy. Julia reads every comment, so share your thoughts below. What I'm about to share is the real story behind.
How cool is that?
That's cool. Wow.
We are rapidly getting to the point where you will not know what is real and what is not real online, which brings me to a really cool quote, or maybe it's scary. I don't know, scary or cool quote. It's from Mark Cuban. Let me find it real quick here. Within 3 years, within the next 3 years, there will be so much AI, in particular AI video, people won't know if what they see or hear is real, which will lead to an explosion of face-to-face engagement, events, and jobs. Those that were in the office will be in the field. Mark Cuban.
So it sounds like credibility is going to include live events, live happenings. How can you get someone else to verify that you're a human being that's been on a stage, an event, a happening, a meet and greet? So I think that that's the new form of credibility is, are you a human?
Yeah, face to face is the new black. And so if you can start planning for this, again, skate to where the puck is going, get on stages, do pitches for keynotes and for conference breakouts and all sorts of things. Get in front of live audiences in person. Hone up your speaking skills because this is like such a manufactured world we're entering into. Nothing will be necessarily real, which this is a fun kind of tongue-in-cheek version of how good AI is at video. But this is for my client, Chris Parker. Remember, we talked about his privacy crisis book and his website, whatismyipaddress.com. Well, check out this book trailer, which we created for him. It is amazing.
Hi, I'm Chris Parker, and I climbed all the way up here to tell you something important about your privacy. Your personal data is like oxygen up here. Valuable, limited, and everyone wants to take it from you. Companies are creating fake versions of you every day. They know what you buy, where you go, who you call. They probably know you better than your mother does. Speaking of mothers, mine programmed me to be devastatingly attractive and concerned about your data. This little device? It's basically a tracking bracelet that you paid for. Congratulations, you played yourself.
It's a really great video. So I won't waste your time with the rest of it. But if you're curious, go to privacycrisis.com and you can watch the rest of it. But this is like an obviously tongue-in-cheek version makes like this is the real Chris Parker, right? He's having fun and is not trying to fool you or scam you. You will get calls that will absolutely sound like your loved one with all the like intonations and all the things that make it sound real and human. And they're going to say, I'm in jail or I've been abducted or whatever. and I need money fast, and it's not real. Like this is a crazy world we're heading into. So face to face is the new black. All right. Other questions coming in? I know we didn't
Look,
go too
we
deep
may have
into the
time for one more hot seat. What do you think?
Sure, let's do it.
Okay.
So let's see who, why don't we, instead of using somebody who sent me an email, because a lot of those folks don't seem to be here, let's use somebody who stuck around through the whole time from the beginning and is available in the chat to put in their URL and just randomly pick one of them.
I'm going to let you do it. So take a look at the chat and
Okay.
So put your uh, clickable website in the chat. And we'll give people a second so Stefan can kind of scroll through and randomly, there's no value judgment here. Choose one.
Okay. Uh, oh, that's so funny. I pulled up okay, let's pick Robin Helpel. I pulled this website up by mistake earlier. Do you remember that?
Yes. And he said hi.
He's in the room. What are
Yeah.
the odds? And it's not because I was researching his website for the hot seat. It was because I know him and I referred him to somebody I had met at a conference I spoke at called DealCon. And this guy is in the funeral industry, and I'm like, oh, you got to talk to Robin. Do you know who Robin is? He's like the funeral futurist. He's like a super strategic, super futuristic kind of guy in your industry. So I introduced the two of them, and that's why the website was in my history. And I came up instead of going to Google to do a search for funeral, and now here he is. Hey, Robin.
Oh, let me do one little thing here. I
Yeah,
need
so
to.
let's put him in the rooms, so he can talk to us.
So let's see here. All right, Robin, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hey, great.
Welcome.
Hey,
Thanks a lot,
Robin.
Brian. Hey, Stefan, how are you?
Good. It's been a while.
Yeah, and thanks for the intro. We chatted last month,
Yeah.
Chris and I.
Cool.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet. Awesome. So, what have you done from an AEO perspective so far? What have you done as far as citation building, as far as like schema markup, or any of the kind of traditional AEO things?
Well, I have made some notes along today's presentation to even do that further, such as like the about timeline. And I've seen Greg's before, and I just never did anything about that. I do have some schema, but I don't think it's as good as, well, it's not as good as what you talked about today, because it's always improving, and you're the expert here in this. The other thing too that I didn't get until, I've heard about it, about getting more FAQs onto your website, but how to then put them on like on the various pages, like kind of more associated with that topic within your website. I just never knew that, so that's on the list too, to spread them out over various pages.
Yeah, and also you can spread them out over multiple sites.
Oh,
So
yeah, okay, yeah. Now,
so
do you
think of this, like if you, sorry, so if you had, let's say, a Medium account, and you had a Reddit account, and you had, um, I don't know, like a columnist opportunity with ReadWrite or with one of these other platforms that has a lot of readers and visitors. You could post content there too, and maybe make it unique. I would say not just copy and paste it from your regular website. There's this concept called the evil twin that could be used here, and this term and concept comes from Andy Crestodina. So it's basically like if you had the five best practices for the biggest, most successful funeral homes in the United States. That would be a solid piece of content, probably.
Mhm.
If you do an evil twin, you flip it, and it's based on the same research. It's based on all the same content, but just kind of rewritten. So it sounds unique and not the same thing. And that would be like the five biggest mistakes that newbie funeral home directors make. And it's essentially the same article, but rewritten. And you
Okay.
post that one to medium.com, or you post that one to the funeral home magazine.com site or whatever that you're a columnist at. So it's
So
not
the
duplicate content, but it helps establish your content in another place. And one of the reasons why this is so effective, especially when you're posting to a place like medium.com or LinkedIn, is that these sites are the most cited sites in ChatGPT. So the
okay.
most cited domains in a 3-month study, according to SEMrush, in ChatGPT were Wikipedia, Reddit, Medium.com, Forbes, and LinkedIn. So you all should be posting a lot more on LinkedIn. And if you don't have a Medium account, sign up for a Medium account and start posting there. And don't just copy and paste your blog posts from your site over to Medium. Make it unique. And this is another way to think about it. Like this was posted on the Ahrefs blog about a couple months ago here. Where is it? Semantic. Okay.
Yeah, can you expand on, like how do you get featured on these articles or on someone else's blog?
Yeah, well, you can create the content and then post it. It's that easy. Like on Medium, if you're on somebody's very popular website as a columnist, then you had to go through whatever vetting process and pitch and all that. But
Mhm.
there's nothing to stop you from signing up with Medium.com.
Right.
So here's this was what I was looking for on Ahrefs blog. So this was posted on December 10th. It was a study that they did for 2 months. They made up a fake brand and had that fake brand get believed by all these AIs. Like, oh, this is a real legit brand. And funny enough, the there's an FAQ page on the official website of this fake brand. It was superseded with a Medium article. So a Medium article was used as the definitive answer by ChatGPT instead of the official fact on the fake website, on the fake brand website. So there was conflicting information, and the Medium article won, and that was what was used by the AI. Crazy, right? So you can make like don't do this. Obviously, this is just a thought experiment that actually they played it out and figured out what worked and what didn't. But the lesson here is Medium.com is a powerful platform. You could, have it be a place for your own personal brand, your own personal opinions, separate from the official company website. You could have a persona, like, a pseudonym with that medium.com account, or like there's lots of options here. Don't do anything unethical, but consider this part of your wheelhouse, part of your tool set.
So would you keep Stephan Spencer, or would you come
Oh
up with
yeah.
a different
Yeah.
brand? Okay.
So I personally, I don't want to come up with a pseudonym or a persona because I feel that's not an integrity personally. But everyone has their own standards. So I'm not judging. I'm just saying, these are some of the options available to you. You can create an account under whatever name you want and start publishing there, and it'll get snuffed up, or snuffled up, whatever the word is, scarfed up by the AI and utilized probably, especially if there's not a lot of highly competitive information. So one of the things that Robin has a real advantage on is there are not a lot of really forward-thinking um, futurists, marketers, strategists in the funeral home industry. It's a very old school um, kind of I don't know, not super innovative industry. Am I correct in
That's
saying that, Robin?
Yeah, they're pretty slow to get going.
So that puts Robin at a real advantage, and he just needs to uh, shout this from the rooftops in a way that doesn't look hypey, looks credible, and comes from multiple angles, not just from his own personal brand website from funeralfuturist.com. So medium.com, LinkedIn, maybe Reddit. You got to be very careful about Reddit because they hate spammers and marketers. So yeah, that's a delicate dance there on Reddit, but you can potentially pull that off. And so yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. One thing I would recommend also is really building up the brand on YouTube. How active are you, Robin, on YouTube?
Yeah, not active lately. I used to be, more so, would, put my short podcasts up there, but uh, not as much in the past.
Okay,
Or
so is this a
in the
matter
recent
of
past.
time, or is it a matter of you're just not comfortable getting in front of the camera, or you don't have enough ideas for videos to shoot, or it's just been a low priority, or what?
Well, yeah, kind of in a nutshell, I sold the business in 2020, or the marketing business, and then uh, but then the partnership didn't work out, and I left after 2022, and then like in 2023, I got a bunch of the clients back and was able to kind of restart. So I'm kind of relaunching it. I always kept this brand, Funeral Futurist, but my other brand, Funeral Results Marketing, was the one that was sold. So anyway, I've been kind of growing back up, but I'm at the point now where I'm ready to do some, get back into more of the marketing and um, direct marketing, like podcasts and uh, videos on YouTube, etc.
Yeah, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So, by the way, here's a super quick little hack that everyone can do. If you have a YouTube channel and you're linking to it from your website, which you're doing here in the bottom right-hand corner in the footer, notice on my site what I do. I add at the end of the YouTube channel URL, question mark, or no, ampersand, sub_confirmation equals 1. You don't have to remember that. You just need to look at how I link in my footer. So you see how I'm mousing over it now, and you can see in the bottom left, the URL is youtube.com/Stephan Spencer !sub_confirmation equals 1. So what that does is when I click, or your visitor goes to click, they get prompted, they're on the channel and they get prompted immediately to confirm their subscription. Are you sure you'd like to subscribe to Robin Heppel's channel? You will get so many more people who clicked on that link and say yes than you have currently, because they're not thinking about subscribing. They're just thinking of checking out your channel. But when they're prompted, like, hey, are you sure you want to subscribe? Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, they have the option to click no, but you've already kind of greased the wheels. So that's a really simple hack that I don't think is at all illegitimate or sneaky, because they have the option to click no, and it will definitely increase the rate of your subscriptions to your channel.
Great. I'll do that. I just subscribe to yours, so I'll
no,
add that on.
In fact, if everyone can do that, that'd be awesome. I'm at 750,000 views, and I really want to get to 1 million. So if you guys can all team up and just binge watch a bunch of my content, I have about 1,000 episodes of podcasts between my two channels over 10 years. I'd love for you to watch 100 videos each. I'd be so indebted. Okay, so let's go take a look at your channel and see what we can do to leverage it even further. Because you already have a channel, you already have content, you've been around for 12 years now. Now, here's a simple thing you can do. You've got your featured video. So there are two types of YouTube videos that are the feature, like trailer, the channel trailer, or the like intro video. So one is for people who are subscribed, and one is for people who have not subscribed. And I ideally would recommend you have different video for each. And I certainly wouldn't keep the same video for 12 years as the featured video.
Yes.
Because it's very tired. So let's go to the videos and let's sort by popular. Wow, you have been on here forever. 18 years ago? Were you one of the first 100 people on YouTube? It's amazing. Wow. Okay, so
hey, Stephan, just super quick. I got this idea from going to the conventions with the camera and that from Web Pro News. You'll remember that.
Yeah.
And I forget the guy, taller guy, and he would do these. Hey, I could do the same thing at the funeral conferences. So that's where I got this idea from, like video number like 3, 4, 5, and 8. They're all based on Web Pro News way back in the day.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Very cool. So these all have really tired looking thumbnails. They're usually just like frames from the video. At a minimum, you can go in and you choose a different frame, and you don't have to do anything else. And just changing the thumbnail will reinvigorate these videos to get more views and more watch time.
Okay.
You can change the titles as well. So you're already in there, change the thumbnail and change the title. I'd suggest a custom thumbnail that's not just a different frame from the video, but actually make a proper looking video thumbnail. And it looks like maybe you did that for this one, or is that just like a webinar recording?
Well, they're more recent, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a webinar. Then you pick one of the 4 offerings of or upload upload the title.
So what I'd recommend is mix it up a bit more with less boring thumbnails that all look the same. Like these Q&A ones look
Yeah.
very similar to each other and they're not performing well. If you look at Evan Carmichael, he's a very successful YouTuber. You can see his thumbnails are much more engaging looking. I mean, these are a little too AI for my taste, but if you go back to a little bit older style from, I don't know, like 6 months prior or 10 months prior, you'll see they're a little more human. But this is kind of like the Mr. Beast style that's doing really well. It's performing well for a lot of YouTubers, and
Yep.
I'm not a fan personally. It feels a little too uncanny valley for me.
Mm.
So let's go back a bit more. Maybe it's more than a year ago now. Yeah. Oh, he's been doing this for a while now. Okay. Maybe it's a year and a bit. Yeah. See that? He's got a few words. One of the words is kind of set apart with a different font treatment. Stop thinking this way. And it's different text from the title. Title is How to Reprogram Your Mind, Dr. Joe Dispenza's Guide. And then the thumbnail text is Stop Thinking This Way. So I would recommend doing something like that, where if you're the star in that video, then it should be a big head picture of you. It shouldn't be a headshot. Professional headshot looks really stilt and like stiff. It should be you in it with an engaging facial expression and from the video itself, and then add that little bit of text, 2, 3, 4, 5 words that intrigues and builds curiosity and kind of feeds in with the title. And then those first few seconds of the video, you want to make sure that is in sync, like in alignment with the promise of the title and the promise of the thumbnail text. So how does this relate to AEO? Well, if these videos perform well, it's much more likely that it's going to be used as fodder by the answer engines. So, for example, when I feed YouTube videos to Grokpedia, those end up getting cited and utilized in the Grokpedia write-up for that person or that company a lot of times. I don't have to give it a full transcript and everything because YouTube has all that stuff. It has the transcript already. I mean, the AI can, of course, create it, but it doesn't need to because it's all there. Like here's where you get to it. When you view more under the description, and at the bottom of it, there's a view transcript, a show transcript button. So click on that, and boom, now you got the transcript over on the right-hand rail. And when you click on something, it'll take you right to that exact spot in the video where those words are said. But you can copy and paste all this. You can search within the text transcript for the part of the video. You can copy and paste the whole transcript, paste it into an AI, and have it do all sorts of magic. So we're just scratching the surface. This is just, I know, a little bit like drinking from the fire hose, but you don't have to do all of this at once. You just take some nugget that you learned from today and apply it in your business, apply it in your life. Tell it to a loved one if you think it's going to help them. And how do you eat an elephant? A bite at a time.
That's right.
So I did promise a giveaway. I've got a free copy of my book, Google Power Search. Let me find that link. Okay, here we go. So you would email me at stephanspencer.com, which I'm going to put in the chat right now. And I'll send you, or my assistant will send you a free copy, digital copy of Google Power Search, third edition. Now, this is specific to searching, not prompting, but it's still applicable. If you're a really good searcher, you're going to be a really good prompter. But if you're a really bad searcher, you're probably not going to be a good prompter either. So you'll definitely learn some ninja tips. Like you can find Forrester research reports that normally cost thousands of dollars, get them for free on Google just with the right search queries. You can find confidential business plans of competitors, all sorts of crazy stuff. I found files with credit card numbers, like real credit card numbers and their expiration dates just with clever Google searches. It's crazy what's in Google. Okay, so there you go. There's the freebie. Plus, of course, we're going to send you a replay, plus all the links in a nice list. So I know this was a lot, but I hope you got some value out of it. You don't have to learn everything. Take it a bite at a time. And I really appreciate you guys for sticking around to all the way to the end. And almost everybody did. Like, looks like there's very little drop off. So congrats to you guys.
Thank you, everyone. And please give us some time to render the video. It's not going to come immediately. We have a lot of things on our plate. So give us maybe a couple days, let's say 48 hours, to get this stuff out to you. Because there's a lot of great content. But in the meantime, take some immediate action. And one of those things you can do is you can subscribe to Stephan Spencer's YouTube and start making his dream of having 1 million subscribers possible. You can look at his site. You can look at your site. And that's really where it starts, is take a look at your site and think about if you were your client. What do you notice? Where is your credibility? How would you engage? And that's the beginning. And just start looking for ways to interact with your clients better. And that's where it all starts. And make it happen. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Any last words, Stephan, about how not to be afraid, how to have courage, how to stay engaged, or insights about where that puck of AI is going?
Well, I'm an optimist, and I hope you are too. Like there's a lot of dystopian stuff in media, on Netflix, and just watch any kind of sci-fi movie, and it's typically dystopian. Don't buy into the lies. Don't buy into the hype. Like if it bleeds, it leads. That's why they sell it to you. Know and trust that you're divinely guided and that everything is working for your highest good and that this is a game rigged in your favor. And look at stuff with positive expectancy and know and look for the hand of your creator in everything that happens, even if it doesn't initially look like a great thing. Know that it's for your soul's refinement and not just to put you through an uncomfortable situation. Everything's, for a higher purpose. That's my view. If that serves you, then great. And whatever doesn't serve you of what I just said or doesn't resonate, feel free to discard.
Thank you. Thank all of you. And until we meet again, be well. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Stephan.